Chapter 2456. With the strength of these 14 people, any one of them could go to the lower 3 heavens and overthrow the dynasty without much effort. Maybe it would be done with just a wave of the hand. This was also not a boast, but a real fact. The crowd surged forward, and heads fell to the ground. Yellow sand rolled up and became a yellow dragon roaring in the sky. Almost everyone in the heavenly devil horde went crazy. They surrounded this almost invincible yellow dragon from all directions and attacked with all their strength. They fought desperately, blocked desperately, and fought desperately. The sound of self-explosion was endless, and the rumbling almost became one. It did not stop from the beginning to the end. Under the command of the golden-crowned heavenly devil horde, the heavenly devil horde was gradually divided into countless waves. Only the tens of thousands of people at the front were desperately fighting with Brother Jie, while the others were extending outwards and forming a line of defense, because he also saw that even if tens of thousands of people really went up together, there would not be more than 2,000 people who could really fight with Brother Jie. At this moment, the side with fewer people had an absolute advantage. 2,000 people at one time was obviously not enough. The enemy could easily kill them all without any effort. Therefore, 40 to 50,000 to 100,000 people at one time was the most effective human wave attack. Any more, and it would only cause a waste of fighting strength. It would not pose any threat to the enemy. 100,000 people continued to fight here, and another group of 100,000 people waited outside the line. Once Ji Huitian and others broke through the first group of 100,000 people, then they would immediately fight another group of 100,000 people. It would be endless. They would not leave any chance to rest and recover between the 2 waves of fighting. Then the other teams set up layer after layer of defense outside. Every team had a corresponding master to form a team to fight for their lives. After the self-explosion, it was a continuous human wave attack. You have high cultivation? Okay, it's okay. You can kill people. Okay, it's okay. You can kill. I have people. Even if I can't kill you, I will tire you to death. I will drag you to death. If you have the ability, kill all the heavenly devil horde here. If you really kill all of them, I will really admire you. The only strange thing was that Suzuki Seiji's team didn't have any reinforcements. Instead, they just kept on fighting like crazy. The other heavenly demon armies watched coldly from the side. It wasn't until the last man in the army had been reduced to a pile of corpses that another group of people charged forward. Apart from the demon soldiers who died at the hands of Brother Tribulation, there were about thousands of defeated soldiers who fled in all directions because of fear. Brother Tribulation intended to break out of the encirclement, so he naturally did not intend to pursue further. But to his surprise, those defeated soldiers were all killed on the spot by the local army of sky demons. Chu Yang and the others couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines when they saw such strict military discipline. In these eyes of extraterrestrial demons, there was no sense of camaraderie, sympathy, or even humanity. All they wanted was victory, only victory. The only outcome of failing to complete the mission was death. Even if the enemy you are facing is hard to resist and hard to contend against. However, as long as you go up, don't even think about coming down. You can only persevere to the end, until death. Either the enemy dies or you die. There wasn't a third possibility. Such harshness and cruelty made everyone feel an inexplicable sense of worry. The more Chu Yang thought about it, the more he felt that the extraterrestrial demons were a great threat to the heavenly imperial court. They had already traveled about 4,000 miles away from the purple imperial city. Even Zuichio Yankuo, who had the best memory, couldn't count how many times they had fought along the way. All in all, they had been fighting all the way. They had almost never breathed a sigh of relief, let alone stopped for a moment. Not to mention Chu Yang and the others, it was also the first time for Ji Huitian and the others to experience such a high-intensity battle in their lives. There was a phrase that was described as killing until one's hands went soft. He had always thought that this sentence was just a simple description. But this time, after this battle, it was indeed true to its name. It was killing until one's hands went soft. Luckily, they were killing heavenly demons. If it were the humans of the Heaven Imperial Court, no matter how much hatred there was, they probably wouldn't be able to take it psychologically. Ji Huitian actually regretted it now, because the current situation was completely different from the original plan. According to the original plan, they wouldn't be able to return to the first bridge base at all if they encountered such a crazy attack. There wouldn't be any possibility or chance at all. At this stage, everyone had basically reached their limit just by rushing to this point. If it wasn't for the fact that Emo Chingu, that little girl, had a huge amount of heavy pills on her, they probably wouldn't have been able to hold on until here. And it was precisely because of Emo Chingu, this unexpected and powerful source of replenishment, that they didn't have to worry about running out of fuel. But now a new problem had arisen, and that was, where did Emo Chingu get so many heavy pills from? The little girl's space ring was like an endless supply of heavy pills. At least 100 heavy pills had been consumed during this period of time. Even when she was following Big Brother, she didn't seem to have so many heavy pills. How many heavy pills did Big Brother refine in the Heaven Imperial Court for so many years? That was a number. Heavy pills required a great medicinal herb as the guiding ingredient. Even in the current Heaven Imperial Court, great miracle medicines were extremely rare treasures of heaven and earth. Back then, Big Brother, who was blessed with luck, only got 2 types of great medicinal herbs. He refined all of them and didn't burn out 100 heavy pills. And just on this day, this little girl had consumed at least 100. Looking at her face without any worry, it seemed that it wouldn't be difficult for her to take out another 100. Also, the effects of the heavy pills that Emo Chingu gave seemed to be a little too strong, right? At the beginning, everyone didn't realize this point at all. Later on, they remembered that the heavy pills had the miraculous effect of reviving and prolonging one's life. But that was only for the state they were in at the Heaven Imperial Court. Now, compared to when they were at the Heaven Imperial Court, they couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. The most conservative estimate was that the difference was at least 1,000 times. The heavy pills that Emo Chingu gave, as long as one took them, their injuries would be healed instantly and their physical strength would be restored to full. That was fine, but even a large amount of depleted energy would be restored instantly. This recovery rate was a little too much. No, it should be too much. This was definitely not a heavy pill in the ordinary sense. It was simply a super heavy pill. Super heavy pill. What was going on? The more Ji Huitian, Zhuqiu Yanqiu, and the rest thought about it, the more they felt that something was wrong. This matter seemed to be too bizarre. Amidst the intense battle, Ji Huitian stealthily approached Zhuqiu Yanqiu and asked in a low voice, "I say, Zhuqiu, do you think this little girl could be the first generation's Calamity Sword Master? Otherwise, where did she get so many heavy pills from? And such an exaggerated amount of heavy pills?" Zhuqiu Yanqiu swung his sword with his left hand, shattering the bodies of more than 20 heavenly demons that were coming at him. His right hand still scratched his head unconsciously, and he said in confusion, "I thought of this possibility just now, but even if she's really the Tribulation Sword Master of this generation, she shouldn't have so many heavy pills. The effect of her heavy pills is probably more than 100 times higher than the heavy pills that our boss had. To get such heavy pills, how many rare herbs would she need to consume? What kind of luck would she have to have? I've also thought of these things that you've thought of, but if she's not the Tribulation Sword Master, wouldn't it be even more bizarre and unreasonable?" Ji Huitian was very dissatisfied with Zhuqiu Yanqiu's answer. "But there can't be a female Tribulation Sword Master, right?" Zhuqiu Yanqiu frowned and asked, raising another doubt, "Why can't there be a female Tribulation Sword Master? Who said that the Tribulation Sword Master must be a male?" Ji Huitian didn't stop fighting, and he transmitted his voice, secretly multitasking. Zhuqiu Yanqiu said angrily, "Your thinking is simply unreasonable. This is absolutely impossible, Ji Huitan said. Then why do you think she knows so much about the operation of the tribulation battle formation? Why are there so many tribulation pills? Tell me why. All the above signs point to her being the tribulation sword master of the first generation. Not to mention that her brother is the brains of the first generation tribulation. There has never been anyone with the same surname as the tribulation sword master. If she's really the tribulation sword master, where's her tribulation sword? Zhuqiu Yanqiu was also suspicious, but it was in a different direction. The two of them discussed as they fought. It was just that Ji Huitian's suspicious gaze was always on Mo Qinggu. However, Zhuqiu Yanqiu's suspicious gaze often flitted past Chuyang, who hadn't fought even once until now. Gradually, there was a kind of blazing light in his eyes. He even felt his nose tingle. He remembered something. Back then, it was Chuyang who arranged for Zi Xueqing and Mo Qinggu to enter the two tribulation sword formations. And from the martial techniques and battle techniques that the two of them used, the effect of the two of them joining in was also immediate. They complemented each other and were extremely compatible. If Zi Xueqing and Mo Qinggu exchanged battle formations, they might not be able to achieve such a seamless effect. Why does he know so much about the tribulation battle formation? And the three of them were together. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that these two outstanding beauties were Chu Yang's women, other than the tribulation sword master. Who else in this world deserves to enjoy such endless luck with women? Zhuqiu Yanqiu thought wishfully. Suddenly, Zhuqiu Yanqiu's heart was set. Vaguely, there was a kind of hot blood rushing up. Chapter 2457. But he didn't say anything. He just continued to command the battle and charge forward. He used all his means to maximize the number of enemies and minimize the damage to his brothers. Zhuqiu ran his hand through his mind. One thought disappeared and another rose. In an instant, he was filled with determination. If you are, then I'll let you see that we, the Tribulation Brothers, did not disgrace our boss. We didn't disappoint our boss. If you are not, then we'll also let you know that Tribulation's glory has never ended. No matter what, no matter who you are, no matter if you're that person or not, even if we die in the end, we will fight to perfection and glory, because we are the Tribulation Brothers, the Eternal Tribulation Brothers. Zhuqiu Yanqiu's blood was boiling. The battle was still going on. Under the lead of Zhuqiu Yanqiu's all-out planning, the tribulation think tanks racked their brains and constantly adopted subtle changes in the formation. Although the overall formation was always a constant tribulation, 7 stars formation, the people in each position were changing from time to time like a revolving lantern. And every time they changed, they could always preserve the strength of the formation to kill the enemy. And during the process of changing, those who changed to positions where they encountered fewer enemies finally had some space to breathe. In such a high-frequency battle, getting a moment to adjust and recover was undoubtedly a great help to the recovery of one's state, and it could effectively further enhance one's ability to continue the battle. And during this period, there wasn't a single mistake at all. Even Chuyang and Mo Qinggu were flabbergasted to be able to do this in such a cruel battle atmosphere. Tribulation think tank. They were indeed Tribulation think tank. As they fought, they calculated and commanded, making the entire formation watertight from beginning to end. Although all of their eyes were bloodshot, every decision they made was still clear and powerful, and they were still extremely smart. The battle was once again in a stalemate, and it continued until now. This continuous battle that almost didn't have a break had already lasted for 3 days and 3 nights so far. On Tribulation's side, there really wasn't any time to rest at all. From the moment they rushed out of the Purple Imperial City, they had already traveled more than 10,000 miles in this battle, and the most conservative estimate of the number of fallen extraterrestrial demons along the way had already exceeded 3 million. In other words, at least 30% of the enemy's 10 million troops had already been lost. They had practically used the corpses of the extraterrestrial demons as a path to charge over. Tribulation's brothers were still cheering and fighting. His fighting spirit soared. There wasn't the slightest hint of weariness. Chu Yang was also amazed. However, the happiest ones in this battle were not Chu Yang, Mo Qingguo, Zi Xieching, or the Tribulation brothers. Of course, it was even more impossible for it to be the Heavenly Demon Horde. At the beginning, the leaders of the Heavenly Demon Horde had confirmed that all the gold-robed Heavenly Guards had infiltrated their camp and were dead for sure. But now, the casualties caused by the gold-robed Heavenly Guards had already caused the leaders of the Heavenly Demon Horde to be extremely shocked and heartbroken. In fact, there was only one person who was the happiest about this battle. Or rather, it could be said that this battle had made a person successful. That was the divine soul of a calamity. The essence of the divine soul of a calamity was already a pure energy body, and it could only grow further by absorbing the aura of death. At the level of the divine soul of a calamity, the requirements for ordinary aura of death were extremely high, be it in terms of quantity or quality. Ordinary places would not be able to satisfy him. But the aura of death derived from the battles along the way was not only huge in quantity, but also extremely pure and high quality. The self-explosion attack was to condense one's own vital energy to the limit and forcibly raise it to the level that one's physical body could no longer bear. Only in this way could one unleash a terrifying attack that was several times more powerful than one's own strength. Under this attack mode, regardless of whether the attack could cause harm to the target, the purity of the attack energy that burst out would be extremely high. And the army of heavenly demons continuously attacked Tribulation's formation with almost continuous self-explosion attacks, hoping to cause effective damage. One could imagine the amount of energy that dissipated. Such a huge amount of high-purity energy was really enough for the divine soul of a calamity to absorb to his heart's content. He turned into a gray fog and merged with the demonic haze in the sky. He gradually hovered in the sky and absorbed to his heart's content, absorbing limitlessly. Occasionally, when there was a crisis somewhere, he would immediately rush over to provide support. After dealing with it silently, he would immediately soar up and continue to enjoy the feast. Except for Chu Yang, no one else discovered his existence at all. The layer of demonic haze that appeared because of the army of heavenly demons was absolutely a natural cover for the divine soul of a calamity. The divine soul of a calamity even felt that in front of him, the originally boundless future of cultivation had once again appeared a shore that should not have appeared. It seemed to be in the vast sea, but he could finally see the existence of a continent in a very, very distant place. This was undoubtedly great news for the divine soul of a calamity. Although it was still very far away, the shore that he could already glimpse undoubtedly proved that, as long as he could reach that realm, he could break through the shackles of this world and reach the level of an expert like D. To him, this was a good thing that he had never dared to dream of before. But now, although it was not at his fingertips, there was finally a glimmer of hope that he could anticipate. Following little ancestor Chu Yang was indeed the right choice. The divine soul of a calamity was so excited that he was about to cry, mainly because he had no tears. If he had tears, when would he cry if not now? The so-called crying tears of joy was nothing more than this. The golden-crowned heavenly demon had been watching this fierce battle coldly from the sky all along. It was not that he did not feel heartache for the sacrifice of the heavenly demon horde. So many warriors had died in the hands of the enemy just like that. Until now, there were already more than 3 million heavenly demon horde whose souls had dissipated forever. But the enemy did not have a single casualty, and no one was even injured. This was simply an unbelievable thing. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe no matter what. No matter what methods they used, no matter what targeted tactics they used, the enemy seemed to never know fatigue. They only killed a one-sided massacre. This matter was really too strange. He admitted that these golden-robed heavenly guards were all experts, all first-class super experts. Even if he personally went into battle, he could only resist one of them at most. But even if he were to use himself as a reference, he would definitely not be able to last more than half a day in the face of such a high-intensity, continuous battle. Even if they had the power of the array to increase their strength, even if their combined strength had a special enhancement, but there was no reason for them to be able to last for such a long time, right? As long as their battle strength did not show any signs of weakening, they would not dare to recklessly use their trump cards to attack, because the golden-crowned heavenly demon also understood one thing. Those people on the other side still had a considerable amount of strength left in case of an emergency. They had even long prepared the medicine to deal with his strongest attack head-on. If even that attack failed, then with the current strength of these people, breaking through to the next level of interception would definitely be a piece of cake. If this large-scale interception operation ultimately failed in the end, he would definitely become a laughingstock in the entire heavenly demon horde. The layers of defense laid down by 10 million heavenly demon horde actually could not stop a team of 14 people, not to mention anything else. Just a mouthful of saliva from each demon was enough to drown them. When that time came, even in front of the emperor, he could only take the blame and commit seppuku. Incidentally, seppuku was a very high-standard method of suicide in the heavenly demon race, and ordinary people did not have the right to enjoy such a method of suicide. Even the most perverted way of dying for a perverted race was perverted. Only when the ability of these dozen people was reduced to less than 30% of their peak standard could the group of experts he had prepared defeat them in one fell swoop. That was the result he had just calculated. But if a series of self-detonation attacks did not pose a threat, what else could he do to reduce their battle strength? This matter is really very strange. A general beside him was grinning, full of suspicion. How could they possibly do this? Even if the kings of our various races were here, they could not possibly have such a strong ability to sustain a battle. The golden-crowned heavenly demons gaze focused. In your opinion, how do you explain this phenomenon? The general shrank back. These fellows are all freaks. The golden-crowned heavenly demon did not blame him, and instead looked pensive. Coincidentally, it was at this moment that he saw the people below fighting. There was a disharmonious situation that should not have happened. Those people were actually gradually passing a water bag. Whoever received it would fiercely drink 2 mouthfuls, and then pass it to another person, and so on. The golden-crowned heavenly demon immediately noticed this little anomaly. In fact, such water sacks had appeared many times before, but he had never noticed it, thinking that it was a very simple and ordinary drinking to quench his thirst. But now it clearly felt that something was not right, because after drinking the water, these fellows seemed to recover all their strength almost instantly. No matter how tired they were before, after drinking 1 or 2 mouthfuls of water, they immediately became 100 times more spirited and full of vigor. In fact, the golden-crowned heavenly demon even noticed that one of the scholarly figures, whose face was originally rather pale, a symptom of being so tired that he was about to collapse, was immediately emitting a divine light after drinking 2 mouthfuls of water. His face was also somewhat rosy, and the paleness from before was nowhere to be seen. Just a short rest under the protection of his comrades, and he was once again full of vigor and vigor. Water sack? The golden-crowned heavenly demon was deep in thought. Suddenly he shouted, "All troops pay attention, no matter the cost. Get that water sack for me. I want to know what's the mystery behind it." Chapter 2458. This water bottle was, of course, taken out by Chu Yang. What was inside was naturally not ordinary water, but the purest spring of life. Chu Yang had long realized that if they continued to fight like this, even if the number of heavy pills in the tribulation space was not small, there would be a moment when they would run out. It was definitely not a good idea to just sit and wait like this. He had to think of a way to increase his supply and reduce his expenditure. After some consideration, Chu Yang thought of the best substitute, the Spring of Life. Although the Spring of Life did not have the magical effect of reviving and prolonging one's life with heavy pills, it had special effects for recovering fatigue, vitality, energy, and even cultivation. In the current situation, it was even better than heavy pills in some aspects. Not to mention other things, just from the taste alone, on this battlefield where the smell of gunpowder was extremely intense, a mouthful of water was definitely more comfortable than a pill. As for the Spring of Life, he had a whole lot of it in his space. That was truly an inexhaustible supply. In any case, it would be quite difficult for a dozen people to drink it all with their bellies wide open. So, Chu Yang chose 2 empty spots and found the right opportunity to put more than 10 bottles into Mo Qingwu's and Zi Xieching's space rings. As long as there was time, he would take it out and let everyone drink a few mouthfuls. The 3 of them distributed the Spring of Life in 3 directions, and only 1 bottle appeared each time. Their actions were very secretive. Ji Huitian and the rest were all battle-hardened people. How could they not know that this was a crucial thing? They must not let the extraterrestrial demons know about it. So everyone was very careful. The Spring of Life, no matter which plane it was in, was definitely a good thing. With the Spring of Life, as long as they were not seriously injured, they did not need to use heavy pills. The amount was also so sufficient. If they felt tired, they could drink a mouthful. They would instantly feel refreshed, and even have a lasting effect on the battle. With this as a foundation, everyone was secretly happy. Ji Huitian even smacked his lips and transmitted a message to Zhuqiu Yangqiu. I really don't know where they got so many good things. The heavy pills are still fine, but that spring water, why does it look like the Spring of Life? If it's really the Spring of Life, then it's too exaggerated. In my opinion, that thing is even rarer than heavy pills. How can they have so much of it? So much that they drink it like plain water. Did they rob the elves? He smacked his lips. Forget it. It doesn't matter who they rob. Now I can finally relax. I even feel that as long as I have the spring water, even if I have to fight for my entire life, it won't be too hard. Zhuqiu Yunfu rolled his eyes in exasperation. How could it be similar? That was clearly the Spring of Life. Do you really think you're drinking plain water? He actually wanted to drink it for his entire life. What a fool's dream. This guy has lived for nearly 100,000 years. He has lived like a dog. He doesn't have a single bit of human brain. It's really shameful to be associated with him. With such powerful material support, everyone was a high-level saint, and their powers were endless. The only thing to worry about was the exhaustion of their bodies. But now he could recover at any time. Furthermore, he could recover to his peak condition. The more he fought, the more excited he became. If it wasn't for the unpleasant smell of the battlefield, everyone would have thought that it would be good to keep fighting like this. Under the siege of tens of millions of enemies, a mere dozen people actually came up with such a crazy idea. One had to say this was really a miracle. The next moment, Chu Yang's eyes flashed. He suddenly realized that something was wrong, because the attacks of the heavenly demons suddenly became even more frenzied. But the heavenly demon horde didn't launch any self-detonation attacks anymore. They simply charged forward ferociously. Therefore, at this moment, the threat to everyone decreased. Only the intensity of the attacks increased by 10 times. Also, the heavenly demon horde's goal was no longer to kill or injure everyone. Instead, they shifted their target to the water sack in everyone's hands. Chu Yang instantly pondered, this bunch of heavenly demon horde isn't stupid. How long has it been? They actually realized that there's something wrong with the water sack. At this moment, the water sack was in Yan Fei's hands. He raised his head and poured the last bit of the Spring of Life into his throat. Then he laughed loudly and casually threw the water sack away. Actually, there was really nothing left in the water sack. It was just an empty container. But at that moment, no less than hundreds of heavenly demons chased after the water sack that was flying in the air. Idiot! Xianyuan Chongkong couldn't stop them in time. He stomped his feet and scolded. The heavenly demon horde's actions clearly show that they want to know what's in the water sack. That's why they came up to snatch it. Why did you throw it away instead? The other brothers knew that the situation was urgent. They all flew up to snatch the water sack, but countless heavenly demons knocked them back as if their lives depended on it. They were actually using their lives to stop them. The water sack was about to fall into the hands of the heavenly demons. Yan Fei was stunned. But there's nothing left in there now, Xianyuan Changkong sighed. His tone was full of disappointment. They don't need anything too specific. As long as they get it and smell it, they can roughly know what's inside. We're all old foxes. Don't tell me that you don't even have this bit of common sense. Yan Fei was shocked. He hurriedly flew over to save the water sack. But it was destined that it was too late. One of the heavenly demons had already snatched the empty water sack into his hands. Just as everyone was complaining about the terrible situation, they saw the heavenly demon and the water sack exploded in the air without any warning. During this period of time, there was absolutely no one who could pose a threat to it. But it exploded just like that. It was the divine spirit of the calamity. However, the divine soul of Calamity's attack had almost exposed his existence. In fact, the few higher-ups of the heavenly demons above were frowning in confusion. What's going on? We've clearly gotten it. Moreover, the people who tried to stop us were all stopped. There's no threat at all. Why did it suddenly and inexplicably die? Could it be that there's still a hidden enemy? All the demons looked around suspiciously. Chu Yang didn't want to expose his trump card too early. His eyes turned, and he suddenly had an idea. It seemed like this was an opportunity. After a while, everyone seemed to be a little tired. Chu Yang suddenly took out a water sack from his ring and shouted, "Everyone, drink some water before fighting!" As he spoke, he threw the water sack in Emo Qingwu's direction. But this throw seemed to have been accidentally hit by someone. Instantly, it lost its accuracy and deviated to an unimaginably terrible degree. The water sack that was originally flying toward Emo Qingwu actually landed in the arms of one of the heavenly demons with a loud bang. "Oh no!" Chu Yang exclaimed. He hurriedly rushed over to snatch it. "Oh no!" Seeing this, the heavenly demons were also shocked. The whole formation almost showed a flaw because of this momentary pause. If the heavenly demons knew the secret of the spring water, they would probably change their tactics immediately. They wouldn't be as relaxed as they were now. What kind of person was this? How could this guy be so reckless? It's fine if he didn't contribute, but how could he help? But now was not the time to blame Chu Yang at all. Several people left the formation and went forward to snatch the water sack. That heavenly demon was originally preparing to snatch the water sack later. He was eyeing it covetously and was always ready. Once a water sack appeared, he would immediately rush over without a care for his own safety. But who would have thought that the thing he had been dreaming of would actually fall into his arms just like that? He only felt that, at that moment, he seemed to have bumped into something in his arms. In this chaotic place of fighting, his brain actually short-circuited for a moment. His subconscious reaction caused him to throw out the water sack in a daze. "Dad! Pig!" Thousands of heavenly demons at the side scolded together. There was actually such an idiot. Fuck! In such a short time, the thing that we couldn't snatch even after sacrificing no less than thousands of heavenly demons was in your arms, and you actually threw it away carelessly. For a moment, everyone jumped up and tried to snatch it with all their might. Chu Yang pretended to snatch the water sack after it flew out. But who would have thought that this guy would actually be so brainless and throw it back? This was too weird for a moment. He couldn't help but feel a little stunned. Fuck! You don't even want it when it's given to you? Seeing that the water sack was about to return to his hands, Chu Yang was extremely sick of it and cursed in his heart. What a fucking weirdo. How can I continue acting like this? Fuck! Your heavenly emperor has educated a bunch of brainless things like you. I gave you face, but you didn't want to be slapped. I gave you a bun, but you didn't want to eat it. You just had to eat shit. Fortunately, at this moment, Ji Huitian rushed back on his sword in time, and sword light flashed. Chu Yang screamed, and his body seemed to have been attacked by something. He fell sideways and coincidentally blocked Ji Huitian. In his fluster, the tip of his foot also coincidentally kicked the water sack. Thus, the water sack flew out again. The heavenly demon who threw the water sack was desperately rushing forward to snatch it, but who knew that in the blink of an eye, the water sack would return to his arms. The joy of regaining something that he had lost was too shocking. Suddenly, his thoughts short-circuited, and he subconsciously blurted out, "What the fuck?" He was still confused. Fuck! Why is this water sack so fated with me? Only when he thought of this did he come back to his senses. He hugged the water sack and turned to run, but dozens of sword lights had already attacked fiercely from behind. Swoosh, 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 although Zhuqiu Yangqiu and the others were also fighting for it. After seeing Chu Yang's actions, they immediately slowed down. Chu Yang must have a reason for doing this. But even so, the attacking power of a group of high-level saints was still quite strong. The guy who snatched the water sack fled desperately, and the surrounding heavenly demons desperately blocked and attacked for him. Unexpectedly, all the skin and flesh on his back were scraped off, and even 7 or 8 of his bones were broken. Only then did he luckily escape the pursuit and fly into the sky. Blood splattered all the way to the sky. This water sack was really not easy to snatch. Fortunately, Elder, you still made a great contribution. Ignoring the serious injuries on his body, he hurriedly rushed forward and knelt down as if he was presenting a treasure. He presented the water sack and said, "Sir, your humble servant, dog-raising dog, has not let you down. In Guangzhou, 37 Games was playing here. Last night, the plane was late, and when he arrived here, he was drunk. Didn't they say that Southerners can't drink? I came here with the mentality of sweeping, but in the end, I was swept away here." Chapter 2459. When this dog-raised dog D said this sentence, there was a hint of complacency in his tone. I can even use such a profound phrase like, "I was fortunate enough to not disappoint you." It can be seen that I've improved a lot now. I can't just call myself Kuan-Yang Do-Di anymore. I should call myself Kuan-Yang Do-Di. Such a resounding name should be the name of His Majesty. The golden-crowned heavenly demon nodded with satisfaction and said, "Kuan-Yang Do-Di. Well, you've done well." Kuan-Yang Do-Di's face was full of glory. He stood at attention and said loudly, "It's all thanks to you, my lord." The golden-crowned heavenly demon rolled his eyes. "When did I say that I'm going to cultivate you?" Ignoring him, he took the water sack and shook it. There was no sound inside. Then he said, "I'd like to see what magical thing is inside." The high-ranking heavenly demon generals around all craned their necks to take a look. They were all full of curiosity. What magical thing is it? Just one sip can restore all the strength. Such a treasure of heaven and earth. If I don't take a look at it, I won't be able to sleep in the future. The cork of the water sack was opened in an instant. It was very easy. The next moment, a group of heavenly demon leaders gathered around and looked at it. What's inside without any warning, with a whoosh sound? A mass of grayish-black fog gushed out from inside. In the blink of an eye, the dense fog had already filled an area of no less than 100 feet, including the golden-crowned heavenly demon and the 7 generals present. None of the 7 people were spared. They all took a deep breath. They were watching excitedly with their mouths open. It was really not easy not to breathe. Ouch! A shrill scream instantly rose to the sky. A general covered his eyes and screamed first. My eyes, my eyes. It was the gray fog that rushed out. This guy was the most unlucky. Not only did he suck in a mouthful of the fog from his throat to his lungs, but his eyes were also touched by the fog. The effect of the thick fog was really good. It could be said that the effect was immediate. There was an intense, stinging sensation in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, his eyes actually started to rot. As everyone knew, the eyes were actually a layer of tissue wrapped around a bag of water. They were always watery. If they were poisoned, especially if it was the kind of poison that had the effect of rotting, the effect would be immediate and immediate. What's more, when Minister Chu was preparing for this show, for fear that it wouldn't act up quickly enough, he not only added in Chu Lu Erzinate poison, but also Wu Jueqing's shadowless poison. Lastly, he even added in the decaying corpse poison. It was as if Minister Chu had included all three of the most powerful poisons in the world in one go. Not to mention these few heavenly demons. Even if their heavenly emperor suddenly smelled it, he would also curse loudly. The golden-crowned sky fiend somersaulted out as he cursed angrily. "Dad, this is highly toxic." That dog raised by a dog was currently bowing and preparing to accept the reward from his superiors. When he saw this turn of events, he was instantly dumbfounded. "Sir, this. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything." Once he did, he immediately attracted the attention of the 7 people. In an instant, new and old hatred surged in their hearts. Everyone couldn't wait to skin him alive. Damn it, if not for you, bastard, would we be able to poison them? And such a sinister super poison at that. Originally, we were guarding the formation at a height of several thousand feet. There was no wind and no danger. The enemy was busy escaping and wouldn't come up to fight with us no matter what. Who would have thought that you would directly send the highly toxic poison down our throats? This is really... Dad. Anger rose in their hearts. Evil grew in their guts. The 7 of them struck at the same time and beat up this dog raised by a dog who was asking for rewards on the spot. "You fucking dog raised by a dog. You're really raised by a dog. You're really a dog raised by a dog." After cursing, they felt that something was wrong with their throats. They had actually started to speak hoarsely. Everyone opened their mouths and looked at each other. Only then did they see that the insides of each other's throats were already pitch black. Furthermore, the insides were squirming and rotting. The situation seemed to be getting worse. How could this be? What kind of poison is this? The golden-crowned sky fiend cried out in fear. Originally, although he knew that the thick fog was poisonous and extraordinary, but the golden-crowned sky fiend was confident in his cultivation. He didn't take this poison seriously and didn't even try to expel the poison at the first moment. But at this moment, he realized that something was wrong. He tried his best to suppress it, but even with his supreme demonic skills, he still couldn't do anything about this poison. Not only was he unable to expel it, he couldn't even suppress it. Other than that, he also clearly felt that because of the breath he took earlier, a lot of the poison had already entered his lungs. Now, his internal organs were all in great pain. Presumably, they were all being corroded by the highly toxic poison. The one who was in the most serious situation was still that sky fiend who had his eyes sprayed by the poisonous fog. Right now, he was completely out of control, screaming and rolling around in pain. He who had lost his rationality desperately used his hands to grab at his eye sockets. With one grab, he pulled out 2 of his eyeballs. However, he didn't realize that even the blood that flowed out had already turned black and then turned into air. He screamed so miserably that it didn't sound like a human's voice. He grabbed at his eye sockets and grabbed at his head. With one grab, he pulled out white bones. Then he screamed all the way as he tumbled down from the sky. The group of sky fiend higher-ups screamed collectively. They looked at their most unlucky comrade who had fallen down in fear. The group of sky fiends had never dreamt that the degree of this poison could be so terrifying. Everything that happened earlier was still vivid in their minds. It was as if they had experienced it themselves. In addition, all of their internal organs were already burning and they were in great pain. If they didn't take any measures quickly, a shining example would be right in front of them. That golden-crowned sky fiend had the highest status here. He actually forcefully held back the scream that was about to leave his mouth. But without another word, he fled at full speed without any warning. He disappeared in a flash. In this situation, they couldn't care less about any battle. Their own lives were more important. If they didn't think of a way to deal with such a terrifying poison that they had never heard of before, they might really die here for no reason. But the golden-crowned Scythian's cultivation was exquisite and could still suppress it. But that didn't mean that the other Scythian generals could do the same. The other generals were already screaming miserably, and their faces were all twisted in agony. Blood gradually seeped out of their 7 orifices. Their eyes were overflowing with extreme fear. That was a kind of fear towards death and a desire to live. Other than that, there was still a serious question. What kind of poison was this? How could it be so poisonous? After so many years, they had never seen such a poison before. Where did it come from? The effect of the poison in this water bag was unexpectedly good. It actually wiped out all the higher-ups of the Scythian generals in one fell swoop, other than the golden-crowned Scythian who managed to escape without a trace. The situation of the other Scythian generals was already very clear. It was absolutely impossible for them to survive. When they were most unprepared, they directly sucked the poison into their internal organs. This was something that even the gods couldn't save. Even Chu Yang himself didn't expect that this thing that he had done on the spur of the moment would actually suddenly establish an unprecedented merit. It really didn't take long. Puff, 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 one by one they fell from the sky. When these sky-fiend generals fell to the ground, it was really a tragic sight. They actually directly turned into a pile of minced meat. It couldn't be helped. Who asked their tyrannical cultivation to be completely depleted in such a short period of time because of the battle with the poison? So much so that they couldn't resist the impact of falling from the sky and were directly smashed into pieces. The tyrannical high-level sky-fiend demonic body was completely useless at this moment. This extremely strange phenomenon that outsiders couldn't understand was only seen by a relatively small number of people for the time being. Most of the Scythians were still ignorant and completely unaware that a major change had occurred in their higher-ups. There were indeed not many people who paid attention to this change, but there were still a few people, such as the strategists of the Calamity Battle Formation. They were the group of people who paid the most attention to the big picture and the minute details. How could the strange change in the sky escape from this group of people who were observant? The battle was still going on, but Zhuqiu Yangqiu and the others were already greatly relieved. The other party was already a group of dragons without a leader. As long as they discovered that there was no Delian commanding them after a period of time, they would naturally collapse and disperse. It was just that the strategists of the Calamity also underestimated Chu Yang's scheme in their hearts. This scheme of Chu Yang's wasn't a very brilliant method, but the effect was unexpectedly good, and the result was even more shocking. It made the situation develop in the most ideal direction. It was simply inconceivable, absolutely inconceivable. In this world, there were indeed things that couldn't be thought of, but there was nothing that couldn't be done. Ji Huitian flew forward quickly and killed a bloody path. He forced his way to the place where those sky-fiend generals had died. He cut off their heads with his sword and held them in his hand. Then he whizzed back with his sword. Within a few hundred miles of the Calamity Battle Formation, it was directly a flesh and blood mill. Countless lives died here. Some died, and some had their souls scattered. The battle was extremely fierce. However, after a period of continuous battle, until Chu Yang and the others broke out of the encirclement, the generals of the Skyfiend army suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why haven't we received any new orders? Without any new orders, what should we do next? Why isn't anyone talking? Demon cubs! Those bullshit generals of yours have all been killed by me. At this time, Ji Huitian actually left the Calamity Battle Formation. He was holding 7 or 8 heads in his hands. He laughed wildly and flew forward at high speed in the sky, deliberately letting the Skyfiend army see the faces of the bunch of heads in his hands. Chapter 2460. This matter completely destroyed the fighting spirit of the heavenly demon army. General? It's really the general. It can't be. Then you? It's really the general's head. The general is dead. He's really dead. How can this be? What should we do? Then you. The expected beginning of a rout finally began at this moment, and it was out of control. In a large-scale battle between two armies, the commanding general was always the morale and courage of the soldiers. Whenever the commanding general was killed, the morale of the soldiers would inevitably be greatly affected, and the situation of total collapse could occur at any time. When these few heads appeared, the only surviving heavenly demon with a golden crown didn't appear to preside over the situation. The morale of the heavenly demon army instantly collapsed, and they lost their fighting spirit. They still had to face the all-out charge of dozens of high-level saints. The millions of people instantly scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. Instead, they crashed into the defensive line at the back. The news of the general being killed spread like a plague, rapidly spreading to all the heavenly demon army. The morale of the heavenly demon army instantly collapsed. Faced with such an advantageous situation, Chu Yang and the rest naturally had high morale. They advanced triumphantly and chased madly. As a result, an extremely strange phenomenon appeared. There were only dozens of people in total, but they were chasing millions of heavenly demons wantonly. This situation was really so strange that it made one's scalp tingle. If anyone saw this scene, there would only be one question in their heart. How fierce were these people as he chased? Chu Yang sighed with regret in his heart. Today's matter is really such a pity. Why wasn't the one who used the poison just now Chu Lu or herself? If that cousin of his was here, the results would definitely be more than just this little bit of battle results. After all, in terms of using poison, I'm probably not even an amateur. I'm just making up the numbers. She's the professional, and it's appropriate to have her own specialization. If the heavenly demons knew what Chu Yang was thinking at this moment, this army of millions would probably vomit blood and die at the same time, without the need for Chu Yang and his brothers to chase after them. You fucking water sack. A bullshit plan that can't be put on the table, and you've wiped out all the higher-ups in one fell swoop, causing the total defeat of our army of millions, and you're still not satisfied. What more do you want? Humans can't be so shameless. You have to have a bottom line. After charging out for a while longer, the Sky Demon army had completely dispersed. Apart from a few scattered soldiers and many corpses, most of the demons were nowhere to be found. Only now did everyone stop and gasp for breath. After the alarm was lifted, they suddenly relaxed. They were shocked to realize that the tiredness that had accumulated over the past few days of continuous fighting made them feel dizzy. Many of them sat down on the ground and gasped for breath. A person's energy, physical strength, cultivation, and even life force could be replenished by external forces. The only thing that couldn't be replenished was the spirit. Once the excitement was over, the spirit would dissipate, and the previously neglected fatigue would double. This was also because these people's cultivation was extremely high, and they had been nourished by heavy pills and the spring of life. Otherwise, it wouldn't be strange for a few of them to suddenly die. Hey! Ji Huitian staggered over and slapped Chu Yang's shoulder. It's so small, but it's still good. Just a single water sack was enough to instantly disintegrate an army of millions. What a good plan. Fine. Respect. Good job. Chu Yang touched his nose and smiled. You're too kind. A certain king of hell was rarely modest. He also knew that his water sack plan was really a bit crude. It really didn't deserve such high praise. He was completely lucky to be able to succeed this time. So, Minister Chu knew his own limits. What do you mean by that? It's absolutely amazing. It's so amazing. The other guy winked at Chu Yang. Then he raised his thumb high under Chu Yang's nose. Brother, I'll tell you the truth. I was scolding you in my heart all the way here. You said that you didn't even make a move on such a long road. You said that you were inferior to those two girls. I never expected that you would make such an earth-shattering move. You can't hide your intentions from your face. You're amazing. You're really amazing. Chu Yang listened with black lines on his forehead. Is this guy praising me? Ji Huitian laughed and patted Chu Yang's shoulder vigorously. He didn't regard himself as an outsider and said, "Tell me, what kind of mechanism is in that water sack? What magical things are in it?" It actually made a high-level saint flee for his life and 7 saint-level generals die from the poison? You've just said that you're rich and everything is done. You're really too domineering. Chu Yang touched his nose and smiled. Haha, that water sack is just an ordinary water sack. There's really no mechanism. Inside it, I just put a little bit of innate poison. That's all. What? Innate poison. Everyone bared their teeth. That thing was a legendary poison that had been lost for God knows how many years. This guy actually had it. Yes, I was afraid that the effect wouldn't be good, so I added a little bit more shadowless poison. Chu Yang coughed. Everyone was stunned. What the heck? That shadowless poison was the trump card of the legendary Venerable Poison Master millions of years ago. It was recognized as the #1 poison in the world. It was even more famous than innate poison. No wonder this group of extraterrestrial demons died so quickly. 2 strange poisons were used at the same time. It really didn't make sense that they didn't die. While everyone was sighing in their hearts, they heard Chu Yang say a little embarrassedly, "After all, the target had a high-level saint. I was afraid that the 2 poisons might not be enough, so I added some decaying poison." Hiss! Everyone widened their eyes in unison and sucked in cold air. They felt a toothache. They looked at Chu Yang as if they were looking at a legendary, prehistoric monster that had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. In terms of reputation, the decaying corpse poison was far inferior to the other 2 poisons. However, regardless of whether it was the innate poison or the shadowless poison, they were both top-notch poisons. They could take a person's life in an instant. Although the decaying corpse poison also had the effect of destroying a person's life, it was more of a corrosive and persistent poison. Its main use was to continuously inflict damage. In terms of viciousness, the decaying corpse poison was the best of the 3. After all, the first 2 poisons only took a person's life. The decaying poison not only took a person's life, but also caused a person to die miserably. When these 3 poisons were used together, one could imagine how terrifying and vicious the culprit was. It's really. Ji Huitian bit his teeth as if he had a toothache. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. After saying really for a long time, he said, "It's really too vicious, too insidious, too vicious, too—" Yes. Yen Fei rushed up excitedly. "Let me tell you, brother, there are not many people in my generation who can make me respect. But now, old Chu, you are definitely the #1. This is really— How did you come up with such a vicious method to end your family's bloodline? Do you often do this kind of thing?" Black lines appeared on Chu Yang's forehead again. He didn't hide his anger at all as he stared at this guy. He almost wanted to kick this guy to the southern heavenly gate. Do you know how to speak? Do you know how to praise people? Do you have to say it so bluntly and unpleasantly? You're right. There were actually more than 20 tribulation brothers. It's really too vicious, really too insidious, really too inhumane. It's really the first time I've seen such a vicious character. Then everyone laughed together. But I like it. Haha. Chu Yang's handsome face darkened as he stared at this group of shameless people. He could only smile bitterly. The few people who didn't participate in the praise of Chu Yang made up for it. Zhuoqiu Yanqiu, Shimin Wanli, Xianyuan Changkong, Zhuge Xiao, Dongfeng Duwu, and Duge Wulei. These 3 tribulation think tanks took a step forward in unison. Chu Yang raised his head in shock. Shimin Wanli's eyes were filled with deep respect. The other 5 people's eyes were shining with disbelief and excitement. They looked at him like this, but it was as if they were looking at another person they hadn't seen in a long time. Zhuoqiu Yanqiu's Adam's apple moved. He said dryly, very good, thank you." His voice was actually trembling slightly. Then everyone bowed together. They bowed to the ground. They didn't get up for a long time. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly raised his hand and said, "Why do you have to do this? I'm also a part of this battle. It's my duty to destroy the enemy. Shouldn't I?" Everyone straightened up and smiled at the same time. Their faces were flushed with excitement. However, they still didn't reveal Chu Yang's true identity, despite being well aware of it. However, their expressions clearly told Chu Yang, "We already know your true identity." Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Which one of these people wasn't a world-shaking talent? Wisdom that could turn the situation around? Which one of them would be inferior to any hero or wise person in the world? It would be fine if he didn't make a move, but he had made 2 moves in a row. The first time he arranged for Mo Qinggu and Zi Xieching to enter the tribulation battle formation. The second time he set up a trap to kill the higher-ups of the extraterrestrial demons. And so many heavy pills appeared. If this person still couldn't guess his identity, then it would be really strange. But everyone was wise after all. Of course, they wouldn't reveal Chu Yang's identity at this time. Once everyone knew, even if they kept it a secret, there would still be clues in their minds. It wouldn't be good if the enemy found out. Therefore, even though everyone was excited, they all maintained a tacit understanding. In the next 3 days, the heavenly demons didn't make any moves at all. But everyone could clearly feel that there would be an even more tragic battle waiting for them in front of them. It was a feeling that a storm was coming. Everyone was a veteran of the battlefield. They could feel this feeling very clearly. The pressure was intense, and in this rare short period of time, everyone also seized the time to recover their cultivation. Every moment, they were accumulating strength to prepare for battle. Everyone knew that the next time they came into contact, it would definitely not be like the previous wave of various situations. The next battle would be the one that would decide their life and death. Chapter 2461. The previous wave was, in fact, just an ambush by the golden-crowned heavenly devil. It could be said that they had come prepared. However, their overall strength was relatively weak. Moreover, they had been wiped out by Chu Yang without dispatching any of their high-end fighting strength. This was the biggest reason why there had been a one-sided massacre in the battle. But when they were prepared for the next wave, it would definitely not be so easy. And along the way, what puzzled the others the most was Zhuqiu Yanqiuo and the rest's attitude towards Chu Yang suddenly changed greatly. The other Tribulation brothers changed their view of Chu Yang because they approved of Chu Yang and felt that this little guy was very compatible with them. Internally, they treated him like a good friend. However, Zhuqiu Yanqiuo and the rest's attitude was a kind of faint respect. Although they had already tried their best to restrain and conceal this respect and did not show it too obviously, the feeling of returning after tens of thousands of years was really hard for them to contain. They still could not hide it perfectly. This made Ji Huitian and the others, who were still confused, even more confused. After walking forward for about half a day, that unusually strong and oppressive feeling actually became more and more intense. This place was at most only 1,000 miles away from the first bridge. After almost crossing the mountain in front, they arrived in the blink of an eye, and behind them was a boundless forest, which was the place where they met the 2 survivors of Purple Cloud Heavens. And after crossing this mountain, they would once again enter that uninhabited death zone for 1,000 miles, where there were eerie white bones everywhere on the battlefield. Until now, the heavenly devils still had not taken any action. Chu Yang and the rest of the Tribulation's think tanks could basically guess with certainty that the opponent's next wave of action was in front of them. They would definitely not allow them to return to the first bridge safely. All of a sudden, Zhuqiu Yanqiuo and Ji Huitian, who were walking at the front, both stopped at the same time. They quietly looked at the mountain peak that was close at hand and said softly, "They're here." Following this sentence, as if it had been prearranged, there was suddenly a loud boom on the mountain peak. Demonic aura filled the sky. countless heavenly devils appeared at the top of the mountain. It actually appeared with the force of a huge mountain. The two leading heavenly devils in golden robes and golden crowns stood in the sky with their hands clasped behind their backs, coldly looking at Chu Yang and the others at the foot of the mountain. The aura of a sovereign overlooking the world arose spontaneously. It's actually the heavenly demon king. Ji Huigan smiled bitterly and said, "This time, I'm afraid we're really in big trouble." They actually sent out 2 heavenly devil king level experts at once. These 2 heavenly demons are 2 of the 8 heavenly demon kings. Zuoqiu Yunfu sighed deeply while his gaze was heavy, and he didn't conceal his unprecedented vigilance in the slightest. Are they very powerful? Chu Yang also felt the terror of these 2 guys, so he couldn't help but ask in a low voice. "He's more than powerful." Zuoqiu Yunfu sighed softly and soundlessly. These 2 heavenly demon kings, according to the ranks of the Heaven Imperial Court, are almost equivalent to the level of 2 emperors. Facing these 2 people at the same time is almost... Zhuge smiled and said softly, facing the East Sovereign and the Demon Empress at the same time. Even though their actual strength is most likely not comparable to the East Sovereign and the Demon Empress, they're definitely stronger than the extreme Heaven Merciless Emperor. That's to say, they're basically equivalent to 2 heavenly emperors of black clouds. Yuan Tianji? Chu Yang asked in a heavy voice. More or less. Zuoqiu Yunfu nodded heavily. Hiss! Chu Yang took in a breath of cold air. Suddenly, he felt an extreme sense of danger and oppression coming at him. An unprecedented crisis appeared at the border of the safest area. Chu Yang was well aware of Yuan Tianji's true strength. Even though he didn't really fight with Yuan Tianji at his peak state, the strength that Yuan Tianji, who had been weakened layer by layer and whose original strength was less than 10% of his peak state, was already so terrifying. He and his brothers were almost completely wiped out, and that was in the Heaven Imperial Court, his home ground. But now, at this moment, he actually met 2 heavenly demon kings who were in perfect condition and had millions of demon soldiers supporting them. They showed up forcefully and cut off their escape route. Even though the comrades by his side were much more powerful than the brothers back then, the situation was not optimistic at all. On the contrary, it was even more dangerous because, when faced with such powerful enemies, there would be the danger of all of them being wiped out at the slightest move. The 2 great heaven demon kings in front of him were almost as powerful as the East Emperor and the Demon Empress. When faced with such super experts, did they really have a chance? Chu Yang's heart suddenly calmed down. He was as calm as a 1,000-year-old ancient pond, without a trace of fluctuation. Fear, these negative effects wouldn't help at all. They would only make his heart more chaotic, and he would have less chance of winning and even less chance of survival. Only when he didn't panic would there be hope. While Chu Yang was calculating in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. Zuoqiu Yunfu quietly came to Chu Yang's side in an extremely secretive way. He looked into the distance with his hands behind his back. He secretly used a secret voice transmission and said, "Brother Chu, if the situation isn't good later, we'll try our best to create an opportunity. You take Miss Mo and Princess Z and leave first. We can't create more than 2 opportunities. You must seize them." Chu Yang smiled and said, "What kind of tactic is this? Do you want me to be a deserter?" Zuoqiu Yunfu smiled and said, "Brother Chu should know that I don't mean that. And the situation now is very dangerous and bad. Even though it's only 1,000 miles away from our base, with these demon soldiers blocking the way, it's no different from looking at thousands of rivers and mountains. We can only look at it, but not reach it." Chu Yang said lightly, "Why can't we look at it, but not reach it? Is it the mentality of a tribulation to be afraid before the battle? Didn't you all face enemies stronger than you all back then? Do you all have the same mentality? And your big brother, did he abandon you all during the battle back then?" Zuoqiu Yunfu's body shook. After a long while, he said, No matter what kind of strong enemy we face, we'll always live and die together. We'll never leave each other. Chu Yang nodded and said decisively, "Then what else is there to say?" Zhuqiu Yunfu said quietly, "Times are different from the past. It's really not a wise move to sacrifice yourself for nothing." Chu Yang said lightly, "Where the heart is at peace, where the righteousness is." Zhuqiu Yunfu didn't say anything else, and only sighed. Chu Yang changed the topic and said in a deep voice, "The closest ones are parents. The closest ones are husband and wife. The most reliable ones are brothers." He didn't use a voice transmission to say this. Even though his voice wasn't loud, everyone heard it and turned to look at him. Zhuqiu Yunfu was dumbfounded. "Oh, I heard that this kind of thing often happens." Chu Yang said calmly, "When a child is beaten, scolded, and bullied by others outside, he can endure all the pain and humiliation. But one day, he's scolded harshly by his parents in his own home. Because of this, he develops a boundless hatred for his parents. He even runs away from home in anger and doesn't return home for many years." Zhuqiu Yunfu smiled bitterly. Everyone else also looked thoughtful. To others, he can resign himself to adversity and fight back unyieldingly. But to his own family, he can develop a boundless hatred just because of a few words. Why is this? Chu Yang said softly, "As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the more the blame. Parents treat their children this way, and vice versa. Because the other party is the person closest to them, the hurt from the person closest to them is the most unbearable, unforgettable, and indelible." Zhuqiu Yunfu was still smiling bitterly. There was a complicated look in his eyes. "So, back then there were some things that you brothers, or at least you think tanks, should be able to react to quickly. But you still couldn't figure it out, because that hurt is the deepest. The so-called heart-wrenching pain is nothing more than that." Chu Yang said, "I shouldn't have said these words before the big battle. But instead of letting you fight with such a knot in your heart and facing an enemy that is almost unrivaled, I might as well say it out loud and let you truly understand what happened back then. You will have to face what you have to face. It's just like your parents. They gave birth to you and painstakingly raised you. Even if they verbally say that they want to throw you away and regret giving birth to you, so what? How do they actually treat you?" Chu Yang faintly smiled. "Isn't it the same for brothers? Since you've been through life and death together for a long time, and have been through a sea of fire and a mountain of knives together for a long time, then the reason why there are misunderstandings and hatred is because they are the people you care about the most. Because you care, you misunderstand. Because you care, you hate. Because you care, you won't forgive. You won't think of forgiving." Chu Yang said slowly. Everyone sighed in unison. They could only look gloomy. And they looked at Chu Yang with a complicated look in their eyes. Yes, what he said was right. But the misunderstanding had been formed, and the people were gone. Nothing is absolute in this world. Maybe they didn't die. Chu Yang looked quietly at the extraterrestrial demons on the mountaintop and said, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally, the countless extraterrestrial demon army was slowly descending under the leadership of the two kings. It was like a boundless dark cloud that covered the sky was descending from the sky. The atmosphere became even more tense. But Chu Yang's words were like thunder and lightning that could completely shatter this boundless dark cloud. It exploded in everyone's hearts and was deafening. At this moment, so many high-level saints felt as if they were struck by lightning. They felt dizzy. Maybe they didn't die. What did this mean? Probably it meant Boss didn't die. Boss didn't die. Chapter 2462. In that instant, everyone completely forgot that there was an invincible enemy in front of them. They only felt that they were seeing stars. Waves of indescribable ecstasy rose from their hearts, and they could no longer suppress it, especially those few think tanks. After they had guessed and confirmed Chu Yang's identity, the weight of Chu Yang's words had already risen to an unparalleled height. They should have been the most suspicious few because they were the think tanks. They had the highest intelligence and were the most scheming. But now, when all the brothers were still in ecstasy and half-doubting, they had already believed in Chu Yang completely, because they could not believe in Chu Yang, but they would definitely believe in the tribulation sword master. They would believe in every word he said, just like back then they believed in their own boss. Because they did not believe in their own boss, it led to the nightmare that had haunted them for tens of thousands of years. And they would definitely not make such a mistake again. And a kind of belief began to rise. If boss is really not dead, then all the more I cannot die. I want to see him. I want to admit my mistakes to him and express my repentance. I must live on to see boss. And just as this shock and excitement rose, an untimely voice had already sounded. It carried a hint of arrogance and condescension. Gold-robed heavenly guards are indeed extraordinary. After tens of thousands of miles of breakout, all of you are still unharmed and in perfect condition. Gold-robed heavenly guards indeed. Seeing them in person is even better than hearing about them. This seemed to be full of praise, but the arrogance and haughtiness in his bones seemed to be innate and natural. It was as if his words should make the gold-robed heavenly guards, as the people involved, feel extremely touched and overwhelmed by the favor and shed tears of gratitude. That was the aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. Because he had been in a high position for a long time, he had cultivated the aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. Just as Ji Huitian was about to speak, Zhuqiu Yunfu had already stopped him and stepped forward. Facing such a powerful enemy, even talking to him required wisdom. With Ji Huitian's recklessness, if a single sentence or even a single word was too extreme, it would be interpreted by them to mean something else and expose their side's true strength. The gains would not make up for the losses. Golden-robed heavenly guard is just a term of endearment. We don't deserve such praise. However, may I ask which of the 8 heavenly demon kings are the 2 heavenly demon kings who came this time? Zhuqiu Yuncho's voice was clear, and there was a faint sense of confidence in it. It was a kind of conceit that came from having absolute confidence in oneself. The 2 celestial demon kings looked at each other in surprise. Then one of them smiled from the bottom of his heart and said, "I am the current flying demon king, Tengen Fujin." The other said, "I am the lord of spirit demons, Kurai Fuku." "It's an honor to meet you." Zhuqiu Yuncho nodded. "Your excellencies have come here personally. I believe you must have made up your mind not to let us return safely?" Tengen Fujin said calmly indeed. "Once the golden-robed heavenly guards enter the first bridge, they will be too much of a hindrance to us. Although eliminating you guys won't be of much help to our attack on the entire Heaven Imperial Court, and I believe Cloud Master will still send other people to guard us. However, your rash attack this time has given us an extremely rare opportunity. Since you guys have come to our territory, it would be inexcusable if we don't destroy you." Zhuqiu Yuncho said sharply, "Your territory? When have we ever been to your territory? This is Purple Cloud Heaven. It's ours. It will always be ours. It will never become yours. We're just walking on our own territory and killing some invaders along the way." Zhuqiu Yuncho's voice was stern. Kurai Fuku laughed mockingly and said, "Didn't you say it? At least now, it's our people who have taken over this place. What about your people? Other than the dozens of you, where are the others?" Zhuqiu Yuncho's expression didn't change at all. He said calmly, "Invading is never something to be proud of. You have to know that your life is not destined to be yours. Even if it's temporarily yours, it's just an illusion. One day, you'll lose it again." Tengen Fujin smiled faintly. "Possessing it temporarily is possessing it. It doesn't mean it won't last forever. Most importantly, invading gives me the great pleasure of conquering. Young man, perhaps you understand my words, perhaps you don't, but one thing is certain, and that is, whether it's you humans or our Heavenly Emperor clan, from the beginning to the end, the history is essentially a history of invasion. This world has always been one of invasion. It was like that in the past, right now, and in the future. It will be like that forever. No matter what realm it is, it will always be. Only those who have the ability to conquer it. The Lord of the Flying Demons was elegant and calm. He said, "The prosperity of a race will inevitably be accompanied by the destruction of another race. This has been the general trend since ancient times, and there will be no exceptions. Now, our race has the ability and strength to occupy this part of the world. Then, the purple cloud heavens will be ours. It doesn't matter if it's temporary or an illusion, it's the truth. As for when it will be yours," Tengen Fujin said calmly, "that will have to wait until you've chased all of our people out. Perhaps only then will it be meaningful to say this." Zhuqiu Yunqiu nodded slowly. "That's right. On this battlefield, right and wrong are never that important. However, you have to pay for the heinous crimes you've committed after coming in. No one will be able to escape." Kurai Fuku's face was filled with a mocking smile. He looked at Zhuqiu Yunfu with a mocking gaze and said, "But if we win in the end and become the victors, then all of our people who have killed humans in this war will become heroes. Their souls will enter the shrine and be worshipped by our ancestors." Zhuqiu Yunfu said sharply, "Enter the shrine? Ha ha ha. That's just the name of the latrine in our heaven palace. What a coincidence! What a coincidence! So there really is such a coincidence." As he said this, the atmosphere in this space suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Zhuqiu Yunfu's words were equivalent to opening the prelude to the war. Previously, he had been stalling for time. He was waiting for the news that their leader was still alive to create an explosive excitement among his brothers, and that explosive excitement would turn into a high-spirited battle prowess. At the same time, it was a belief that they would not die. As long as this belief was formed, there would be hope today. And now, at this very moment, he could clearly feel that the belief "I cannot die" was already formed. It was already forming. It was already about to turn into a storm. And what Zhuqiu Yunfu wanted to do now was to fully ignite this war when this spiritual storm arrived. He wanted to turn this unparalleled battle strength and unprecedented tribulation energy into the purest battle strength and enter this war. Therefore, when he sensed the emotions of his brothers, he simply threw out this sentence: "Enter the shrine. It's just the name of our latrine." It was undoubtedly trampling on the other party's million years of spiritual belief and pride. To the heavenly demons, this was a great humiliation that no one would allow or accept. The two heavenly demon kings' faces darkened at the same time. Their previous calmness and elegance instantly disappeared. They quietly looked at Zhuqiu Yunfu. Zhuqiu Yunfu did not show any signs of weakness. He smiled faintly and raised his head to look at them. He said seriously, "So, coincidences are this scary. But what I said is true. Really, it's just the name of our latrine." Fujin Tingin's eyes suddenly emitted a violent light. He shouted in a deep voice, "Die!" A ray of black light suddenly burst out from his eyes. It actually condensed into a substance and rushed towards Zhuqiu Yunfu at an extremely fast speed. Ji Huitian shouted loudly. His body and sword became one. His entire person and his sword turned into a flickering storm and met this ray of black light. Poof! A muffled sound rang out. After this clash, Ji Huitian's sword light scattered. He retreated a few steps and landed on the ground. His entire face was flushed red. Ji Huitian actually had to use all his strength to resist the ray of blacklight that shot out from Fujin Tingin's eyes. Although he succeeded in neutralizing the opponent's attack, he was forced to retreat and was even almost injured. What kind of frightening cultivation was this? Everyone was shocked to see the scene. Without exception, all of them turned pale with fright. They had long heard that the 8 heavenly demon kings of the heavenly demons were super experts on the same level as Di Iho. However, no one had actually fought with an expert of Di Iho's level before. Therefore, they had never thought that Diho's level was actually at such a terrifying level. Chu Yang frowned and made a prompt decision. He couldn't drag this on any longer. Otherwise, once the two heavenly demon kings took the initiative to attack, there would definitely be casualties on his side. Even if the two heavenly demon kings didn't take the initiative to attack, everyone's courage and confidence would gradually disappear under such a demonic aura. At this moment, the two heavenly demon kings already said coldly, "Move." One could imagine that the other word that wasn't spoken out and the previous word together was an order, "Move." However, at this moment, a clear and melodious sword sound suddenly rang out. An extremely bright ray of light appeared in the sky without any warning. Like a bolt of lightning, it suddenly cut through the endless haze. The entire purple cloud heavens was almost illuminated by this dazzling sword light. A biting, cold, murderous aura suddenly surged out like a sudden storm and engulfed the entire sky. This murderous aura caused the expressions of the two great heavenly demon kings to change. That was a merciless, murderous aura that wouldn't even frown if it slaughtered the entire world. Merciless sword aura. A voice with a domineering aura recited, "Heavenly tribulation, it's lonely at the top." Chapter 2463. Chu Yang understood very well. If he was heavily injured, he could recover instantly. As long as he didn't die, he could recover immediately. However, if the brothers behind him were heavily injured, it would be impossible for them to recover. They didn't have such convenient conditions. So, Chu Yang could only face it head-on. He immediately felt that his internal organs were about to rupture and his body was about to collapse. The tribulation sword almost flew out of his hand as his vision turned black. A big mouthful of blood rushed to his throat. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if he really spat out this mouthful of blood, Chu Yang's vital energy would collapse. Not only would his internal injuries explode, but his body would also disintegrate. Chu Yang shut his mouth tightly. A heavy pill and a mouthful of blood were swallowed back at the same time. Life and death in an instant. As the heavy pill entered his throat, life reappeared. As for the tribulation space, with Chu Yang's full output, the spiritual energy, medicinal power, purple crystal power, medicinal power, yin and yang power, as well as the vitality of the spring of life, filled the tribulation space. With the momentum of a river bursting its banks, it forcefully poured into Chu Yang's dantian with an earth-shattering momentum. Chu Yang's body, Chu Yang's meridians. Chu Yang instantly went from a severely injured state to a state of rapid recovery. One ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. The remaining power of that move continued to carry Chu Yang and the others forward, like lightning. However, he had only advanced a short distance. They met with another obstacle. The barrier this time was different from the previous ones. This time, the barrier was as grand as a mountain and was almost unshakable. It was as if there was an insurmountable mountain in front of them. It was solemn and unshakable. They couldn't pass through here anymore. Immediately, Chu Yang clearly felt that the sword energy that was advancing forward suddenly met with an impenetrable obstacle. Looking closely, it was Kuraifuku's mountain-like body, and those two hands were like two complete mountain ranges, one left and one right, slapping down from above, immovable like a mountain. As expected, even heaven and earth can obstruct me here. It can also be cut off. One ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. To be able to force Fujin Tianyuan back in one move, one could imagine its power, but its momentum was exhausted. As the saying goes, a single ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms, and it had reached the point where it could no longer pose any threat to Kurai Fuku. Just as he forced back a heaven fiend king, another one came forward. Chu Yang's eyes were about to split open. He opened his mouth and madly sucked in a breath. With this breath, he sucked in almost all of the surrounding air, mixed with the stench of blood. For a time, the area within a radius of several thousand feet seemed to have become a vacuum. Chu Yang could clearly feel that his lungs were about to explode at this moment. Then he suddenly opened his mouth. Suddenly, he let out a desperate roar. His eyes suddenly turned crimson red. Sword of Calamity! Chu Yang screamed with all his might. His voice was so shrill that it seemed as if it was going to shatter the entire sky. It also seemed as if his internal organs were going to be spewed out. Slaughter the world. So what? It was the ultimate move that combined all of Calamity's sword's offensive moves. Finally, it exploded in Chu Yang's hands again. Extreme Eruption. An extremely sharp sword aura shot out like a long dragon. With a mighty and unstoppable momentum, it seemed as if it was rushing forward, towards the end of the world. If it was a human in front, it would kill. If it was a demon in front, it would slay a demon. If it was a sun in front, it would dim the sun. If it was a world in front, it would destroy the world. Wherever the sword aura reached, the air in the entire space suddenly boiled intensely at this moment. It was like a pot of boiling porridge. All around, the heaven fiends that were attacking within a radius of 1,000 feet screamed at the same time. In reality, they weren't really touched by the sword aura, but just the sharpness of it was already unbearable for them. Those that were close to it directly turned into ashes like snow being poured into boiling soup, disappearing without a trace. All the heaven fiends within a radius of 3,000 feet also screamed at the same time and covered their eyes. That dazzling light almost made them all blind at this moment. It was as if they were blind. Their eyes stung, as if thousands of silver needles had pierced into them at the same time. At this moment, the blazing sun in the sky seemed to have lost its light and was extremely dim in comparison. The brilliance of this sword was above heaven and earth, covering the past and present. Although it wasn't known if this sword was the last, it was definitely unprecedented, because ever since the heavenly imperial court existed, such a sword had never appeared. Domineering and sharp, it had reached the extreme. Even the heaven fiend King Fujin Tianyuan, who was recuperating at the side, couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he saw this sword with his own eyes. There was actually such a sword in the world. His confidence that Kurai Fuku would definitely be able to intercept Chu Yang, and the rest was completely shaken at this moment. Then he felt that something was wrong. Ignoring the pain in his chest, he quickly flew up and was obviously going to turn into a gust of wind to intercept Chu Yang again. But it was already too late. In a battle between experts, a slight difference was already the difference between heaven and earth. Chu Yang gritted his teeth, his face full of desperation and ferocity. Together with his sword and that unparalleled sword light, he crashed into Kurai Fuku's body without hesitation, on the body that was as huge as a mountain. Behind him, the huge sword formed by the 13 people followed Chu Yang. None of them hesitated at all. Without hesitation, they all crashed into Kurai Fuku's body. There was no turning back. Ouch! Kurai Fuku let out a scream, filled with shock. He could clearly feel an intense pain coming from his chest. Before he could even react, he saw a huge hole in his chest. A transparent hole appeared on his body that hadn't been hurt for God knows how many years. And Chu Yang and the rest, who were supposed to be intercepted, had actually disappeared without a trace. At this moment, his hands that were suspended high in the air didn't have time to slap down. He was only a short distance away from where he wanted to slap. Immovable Mountain was indeed an unparalleled defensive technique, but the only flaw of this technique was that its attack speed was relatively slow. Kurai Fuku's Immovable Mountain was indeed as stable as a mountain and difficult to shake, but Chu Yang didn't want to shake it completely from the start. Under the premise that I don't have the strength to move a mountain, it's impossible. But I can try to punch a hole in this mountain to pass through. Using extreme sharpness and a fierce charge, I can directly punch a hole in your immovable mountain body. That's still possible. Immovable Mountain had another weakness. Turning the entire body into a mountain, it was extremely majestic, but at the same time, you're also scattering your strength. Chu Yang gathered all his strength and attacked a single point, a sharp point attack. And it was mixed with an extreme speed that exceeded the speed of light and a kind of unflinching determination to succeed or die. Finally, a huge hole appeared on Kurai Fuku's body. Chu Yang brought the sword formed by the 14 people and pierced through with a boom. Just as they pierced through, the 14 people cried out and spat out a mouthful of blood. The impact of the collision just now could be said to be a complete head-on collision. The intensity of the collision was several times greater than that of Fuku's Tianyuan, and this wave of extremely fierce impact, not to mention Chu Yang alone. Even if Chu Yang activated the entire power of the Calamity Sword formation and neutralized it, he still wouldn't be able to withstand it. In the end, everyone was injured, and the courtyard was filled with injured soldiers. Luckily, Emo Chingu was prepared. She gave everyone a heavy pill and put it in their mouths. At this time it came in handy. With a gulp, the heavy pill entered their stomachs. Their situation immediately turned for the better, and they had the strength to continue fighting. Although the price for this fight was not low, in that instant, the long sword that Chu Yang and the others had transformed into successfully broke through Kurai Fuku's interception. They still maintained the extreme speed of what harm is there in slaughtering the entire world. With a flash of meteor light, they charged courageously into the ranks of the heavenly devil horde behind Kurai Fuku. Before Kurai Fuku could react and was still shocked by his injuries, and before Fuku's Tianyuan could react, he didn't have time to form a gale and counterattack again. Chu Yang and the others rushed forward at least 20,000 feet, like a stream of light. Only at this moment did a white smoke appear behind the 14 people with a swoosh, along with a burst of sonic booms. This was extreme speed burning the air and creating sonic booms due to the friction. This kind of terrifying speed and facing the obstruction of 1,000,000 soldiers was simply inconceivable. And until now, the ultimate momentum of what harm is there in slaughtering the entire world had not completely disappeared. They were still rushing forward. Along the way, all the heavenly devil horde who dared to come up and block or who couldn't dodge in time were all turned into pieces at the first moment. They didn't even have time to scream. They didn't even see the enemy's shadow. They only saw a light in front of their eyes and seemed to feel a stabbing pain. Then, in the next moment, they didn't know anything. Their souls were destroyed. In just a moment, Chu Yang and the others had already rushed to the top of the mountain with a whoosh. And at this time, the gale formed by Fuku's Tianyuan had time to form again. Kurai Fuku's body had also returned to the size of a normal person, and the hole in his chest was also healing. But his face was extremely pale. Obviously, the accidental recovery this time had consumed a lot of his energy. The two heavenly demon kings had never expected that their joint attack would be broken through by the enemy, and that the enemy would leave just like that. And in terms of cultivation, none of the enemy was as good as them. What made the two heavenly devil kings even angrier was that even if all of the enemy's powers were added together, they still wouldn't be able to match up to them. But in the end, they just broke through and left. Chapter 2464. Chase. The two heavenly demon kings turned around in anger and humiliation. It was almost as if the other party's heart was about to explode from anger at this moment. There's something strange about their sword, Fujin Tengen said as he chased. Very strange. Very strange. That's right. Kurai Fuku gritted his teeth. A large part of the problem lies with that sword. When I used Immovable Mountain, even the Heavenly Emperor's Imperial Heaven sword might not be able to cut open a bloody wound on my body. However, under the other party's sword, it was able to cut open a huge hole in my body. That sword is definitely their trump card. Snatch it. We must snatch it. The two heavenly demon kings saw greed in each other's eyes. There's one more thing. Fujin Tengen said, it's really strange. In the fight just now, when they broke through my hurricane seal, I clearly felt that they had used up a considerable amount of their life force to break through my barrier. Furthermore, that moment of weakness was definitely not a deliberate show of weakness. It was completely meaningless. Fujin, Tengen frowned. Logically speaking, even you and I would be in a temporary state of weakness after using such a forbidden technique. However, the opponent was able to follow up with an even more powerful technique. This is absolutely illogical. The two of them discussed as they chased. This is really inconceivable. Kurai Fuku smiled bitterly. Isn't that so? It's because of this that we fell for it. If we had known that this would happen, we would have been prepared. We would have gone all out from the start and attacked together. How could they have slipped through our fingers? In a hopeless situation. When everyone thought that they were exhausted or at least had no more trump cards left, they suddenly burst out with a decisive sword attack that far exceeded the upper limit of their known strength. This is the most terrifying thing. Fujin, Tengen, smiled bitterly. This matter is even more important than that sword. Yes, that's right. That young man who didn't stand out at all in the intelligence reports. He's actually their most important character. They really hit it well. Kurai Fuku's expression was heavy. The two heavenly demon kings chased with all their might. They were getting closer and closer to Chu Yang and the rest. Chu Yang seemed to be fighting with his life on the line. What's the harm in slaughtering the entire world? After the sword move broke through the barrier, the remaining momentum brought everyone flying 30,000 feet away. Then it gradually slowed down. At this moment, everyone had already broken through the heavenly demons' tight encirclement. They came to the top of the mountain. Up ahead, there were only a few sky fiend soldiers. However, Chu Yang spat out a big mouthful of blood at the same time as the sword momentum dissipated. He almost fell into a coma in an instant. The aftereffects of the two extreme outbursts could no longer be suppressed. Although he had the heavy pill and the tribulation space, which were two powerful sources of replenishment, he still couldn't recover immediately. He needed a relative buffer time. Mo Qinggu and Zi Sheqing each held Chu Yang's hand. They supported Chu Yang and gave him some leeway. As for Ji Hui and Jun Weiling, the two of them used their twin swords combination to open up a path and continued to advance rapidly. However, in this way, the speed of their advancement was almost twice as fast as when they used the sword technique to bring everyone along. At this speed, not only could they not maintain the distance that Chu Yang had pulled apart earlier, they were gradually being chased by the two demon kings from behind. A gust of wind rose behind them. The two heavenly demon kings had already caught up. The two of them turned into rainbows, like shooting stars across the sky. They were about to catch up. The other party's speed could be said to be extremely fast, but their movements and postures were still so elegant. The opportunity that Chu Yang had created to escape was about to be taken back by the other party again. The Tribulation Brothers were all unwilling to accept this. The Sword Master spared no expense to bring us away. Are we going to implicate the Sword Master and die together with him? Ji Huitian panted heavily. His eyes were bloodshot, but he had nowhere to exert his strength. This battle made the usually arrogant, golden-robed heavenly guards truly witness the terror of the heavenly demon king level super experts. Everyone knew that as long as they were caught, they would die without a doubt, and they would all be wiped out. Ji Huitian roared, "I'll go back and block them. You guys go first." After saying that, he was about to rush back. Ji Huitian had already made up his mind. No matter what, he couldn't let the Tribulation Sword Master die here. If he died, as long as the Tribulation Sword Master was still here, the brothers would have a backbone. At least, they would have spiritual sustenance. The other brothers also had the same plan, so they didn't dissuade him. Everyone even had this plan in their hearts. If Ji Huitian was the first to die, then they would be the second to bring up the rear. Even if they had to sacrifice all their brothers here, they couldn't let the Tribulation Sword Master die here. Especially the Tribulation Sword, they definitely couldn't let it fall into the hands of the heavenly demons. Chu Yang struggled and shouted, Don't go, there's still a chance. Mo Chingu reached out and grabbed Ji Huitian. She still rushed forward with her head lowered. In the blink of an eye, just as the two heavenly demon kings were about to give chase, they suddenly stopped without any warning, as if they had discovered something strange. Then, in the air, they began to bombard the area with seemingly aimless explosions. The reason was actually very simple: the divine spirit of the tribulation. The divine spirit of the tribulation was the key to Chu Yang's plan this time, and it was also an indispensable part. With the divine spirit of the tribulation as the final trump card, it could at least buy some time for Chu Yang and the others. Sure enough, the two heavenly demon kings met with a completely unexpected obstruction. They roared and attacked at the same time. The divine spirit of the tribulation was also thinking of using all its strength to fight with all its might to verify the realizations it had in the past few days. It wanted to see if it could close the gap between it and the experts behind D. So it didn't dodge at all. It turned into a cloud of gray fog and went up to fight. However, after Fujin Tianyuan attacked, he immediately withdrew. He let Kurai Fuku fight with the divine spirit of the tribulation alone. He ignored the divine spirit of the tribulation and forcibly broke through the gray fog's obstruction. He descended rapidly from the sky, and his target was Chu Yang and the others. With another long roar, a strange guy that looked like a cat and a tiger suddenly appeared to intercept them. Brother Hu. At this crucial moment, Brother Hu finally appeared. He went up against Fujin Tianyuan. Chu Yang and the others took advantage of this critical moment to rush forward. Chu Yang raised his head and swallowed 2 heavy pills. This was the first time he had swallowed so many heavy pills in a battle. There were already as many as 1 in total. However, Chu Yang had no other choice. The most important thing now was to recover as soon as possible. Otherwise, without the full speed of the tribulation sword, no matter how brilliant the previous battle results were, it was still meaningless. Everyone would still die here, the distance from the first bridge. But it was only 300 miles. But these 300 miles, it was as if they were separated by an infinite boundary, so unreachable. Only by using the tribulation sword at full speed could they cross this boundary. Brother Hu and the divine spirit of the tribulation would definitely not be able to stop the two for too long. They would be defeated. The divine spirit of the tribulation was not a big problem. It would not be a problem for him to escape unscathed. But Brother Hu could not. At least he would definitely be seriously injured. Being able to hold on for 1 or 2 breaths was already his limit. Sure enough, with a whoosh, a small yellow object flew over at high speed. The moment it fell into Chu Yang's arms, it was already completely unconscious. The current brother, who was still not a match for the heavenly demon king. After using all his strength to force the other party back, he had already fainted from exhaustion. He used the last bit of strength to escape back, but he had no strength to move at all and fell into a deep coma. In fact, he couldn't even open his eyes. There was also a bang in the distance. There was also a roar and a strange cry. Chu Yang felt that there was an additional weak soul in his body. It was the divine spirit of the tribulation. Although he had an immortal body and his cultivation had improved greatly, his real strength was still a distance away from the heavenly demon king who had reached the level of emperor. At this moment, although he held on for a while, he was still completely defeated. Even his spiritual, fog-like body was almost shattered. He fled back to Chu Yang's side immediately, but he had already lost the ability to fight. At this point, the 2 trump cards that Chu Yang had hidden all along had lost their battle power at the same time. However, the time that the divine spirit of the tribulation and brother who had bought was only 2 breaths worth of time. Chu Yang and the others were already running for their lives. But now they were still at least 200 miles away from the first bridge, and the heavenly demon king who was chasing behind them was almost within reach. I only need 1 more breath's worth of time. Then I can activate the tribulation sword again. Chu Yang was extremely angry. Heavens, Are you also so stingy with this one breath's worth of time? After Fujin Tianyuan and Kurai Fuku repelled the divine spirit of the tribulation and brother, Hu, they did not waste any more time to catch their breath and caught up. The two heavenly demon kings were experienced people. How could they not know that a long delay would bring more trouble? For such an opponent, if they could get rid of him at the first moment, they must do so at the first moment. Even if it was just one more sentence, one more word, it could cause unnecessary changes. The two heavenly demon kings obviously realized one thing. These golden-robed heavenly guards might still improve, but the space for improvement was already very slow. However, the real biggest threat now was that little guy who called himself the Tribulation Sword Master. That young man's potential was truly terrifying. If he was allowed to live and grow, and one day his cultivation was able to take another step forward, coupled with the peerless sword in his hand, even a powerhouse like him might not be a match for him. If that was the case, wouldn't it mean that another strong enemy had appeared? An enemy that was even more terrifying than the purple cloud heavenly emperor back then. Such an enemy should be eliminated in the bud first. The heavenly demon clan would definitely not allow such a thing to happen, because to the heavenly demon clan, this was undoubtedly a disaster. Chu Yang, the tribulation swordmaster, must be killed. After I finished writing the first chapter, I uploaded it and then buried myself in writing the second chapter. When I finished writing the second chapter and logged into the author's platform, I realized that I had drawn a lot. The first chapter was still being reviewed and was not published successfully. I hurriedly canceled it and uploaded it again. Only then was it published successfully. Oh, tears streaming down my face. You can't blame me for this. Chapter 2465. Back then, the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor had killed 2 heavenly demon kings by himself. They were the 2 commanders of the hundreds of millions of otherworldly demons that had attacked the Purple Firmament Heavens. Then he self-detonated his wounded body, making the other 3 heavenly demon kings who had come as reinforcements die with him. It was equivalent to one person dragging 5 heavenly demon kings to the Yellow Springs together. If another Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor appeared, an expert even more terrifying than him, what would happen? To the heavenly demon clan, that was something they didn't even dare to think about. And this Calamity Sword Master in front of them clearly already had that kind of potential. Since they had the chance and ability to kill this kind of person, when would they wait? They were about to catch up. Ji Huitian and the rest tried their best to run forward, but they had already made up their minds. As long as you catch up, I'll turn around and self-detonate. Even if I can't kill you, I can at least stop you for a while. Many of the past Calamity brothers had already started to move, and their bodies gradually showed signs of swelling. That was clearly the prelude to circulating their divine techniques at full strength and preparing to self-detonate. Although Zhuqiu Yanqiuo and the rest saw it, they didn't say anything. From the looks of the current situation, there was only one way left to escort the Calamity Sword Master and the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor's princess back. Boss, we've let you down, but we're willing to die for the Calamity Sword today. We're willing to die for the Calamity Sword Master. No complaints or regrets. Where are you going? The 2 heavenly demon kings descended from the sky, and their calm and dignified voices sounded. With an indescribable cruelty, Ji Huitian and the rest were about to turn around and self-detonate to block the strong beam. But they were very surprised to hear a soft shout, and a clear voice shouted, "Eternal Purple Firmament!" Suddenly, there was a burst of golden light between heaven and earth. A seal as glorious as the heavens turned into a huge mountain and descended from the sky. It fiercely smashed towards the 2 heavenly demon kings. In the middle, the words Eternal Purple Firmament flickered with a strange light that illuminated heaven and earth, as if from ancient times until now. Together, they illuminated brightly. High up in the sky, yellow light suddenly flickered, and the atmosphere was solemn and dignified. Instantly it filled the universe. Suddenly, the sky was filled with multicolored light, and the words eternal purple firmament appeared. It stood tall in the sky, motionless. The entire purple cloud, heaven, suddenly fell into silence at this moment. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Only the two celestial demon kings, Fujin Tengen and Kurai Fuku, screamed as if they had seen a ghost. "Purple Cloud, Celestial Emperor?" Suddenly, his eyes flashed with disbelief and extreme fear. At the same time, they stood still and faced the attack with all their might. The purple jade seal. The two great celestial devil kings feared neither heaven nor earth, but towards the purple firmament heavenly emperor who slaughtered the celestial devils until their blood flowed like rivers back then. They had a kind of fear that came from the depths of their bones. Both of them had participated in the invasion of the purple cloud heavens back then, and had witnessed the might of the purple cloud heavenly emperor with their own eyes. He was very familiar with the power of the purple firmament imperial jade seal. It was also because of that incident that he was scared out of his wits. At this moment, seeing the purple cloud imperial jade seal in the depths of his memory again after 1,000,000 years, the fear that was deeply embedded in his soul suddenly rose. The first thing that came to mind was that there was no need to resist. Instead, it was an escape. But it was too late. The purple firmament imperial jade seal brought with it a brilliant aura as it came crashing down. Boom! It smashed into the combined defense of the two heavenly demon kings. The words eternal purple firmament suddenly shone brightly, straight to the sky. Boom! The two great heavenly demon kings combined their strength to resist, but half of their bodies were smashed into the ground. However, they looked at each other and were genuinely surprised. Why was the eternal purple firmament this time so weak? To be honest, the two heavenly demon kings were already prepared to be injured, or even seriously injured. Just by looking at the aura of the eternal purple firmament, they felt that as long as they could stay alive, it would already be a great fortune. The two great heavenly demon kings couldn't be blamed for being too cautious. One must know that this move, eternal purple firmament, could be said to have become famous in a single battle back then. Several super experts at the level of heavenly demon kings had lost their lives because of this move, and the few heavenly demon kings who died were not inferior to the two of them in terms of strength. They were even stronger than them. Therefore, when facing this famous move, how could they not be wary and fearful of it? But what they didn't expect was that they were actually not injured at all, and even caused the sudden appearance of the purple firmament imperial jade seal to suffer a great reverse impact. On the other side, there was an inexplicable muffled groan. The white fog suddenly dispersed and turned into the beautiful figure of Zi Xieching in white. She fell from midair unconsciously. In her hand, the purple firmament imperial jade seal had already turned back into a small seal. She held it tightly in her palm. One of her jade-like arms was already completely shattered. She was severely injured. With a long roar, Chuyang leaped up and caught Zi Xieching. He had already stuffed a heavy pill into her mouth. Then he put her into the space of tribulation to recuperate. It was precisely because of Zi Xieching's desperate attack that Chuyang had won a crucial moment of time. Although Zi Xieching had the bloodline of the heavenly emperor of purple firmament and could activate the purple firmament imperial jade seal, she was far from being able to unleash its full power. Moreover, the attack just now didn't borrow the power of the tribulation formation at all. It was purely based on Zi Xieching's own cultivation and the power of the purple firmament imperial jade seal. Therefore, the injuries caused by the reverse impact this time were exceptionally severe. Other than one of her arms being instantly shattered, her internal organs were also ruptured. She was seriously injured to the point of death. Even this injury was caused by the two great heavenly demon kings' fear of the name eternal purple firmament. In that fight just now, most of their power was reserved for defense, and only 10% or 20% of their power was instinctively used to counterattack. Otherwise, Zi Xieching would have already been smashed into pieces and died. Chuyang roared with extreme heartache. Tribulation sword formation. The tribulation sword formation that was already slightly scattered just now instantly took shape again. Chu Yang leaped up and sword light soared. The two great heavenly demon kings roared and pulled themselves out of the ground. They pounced over like lightning. Now, not only that young man had to die, but also that person who could use the eternal purple firmament. They definitely couldn't let such a person grow. Such an existence was definitely a super existence that had the potential to destroy the heavenly demon clan. She had to die. Especially, the eternal purple firmament could only be used by those with the bloodline of the purple firmament. That woman was definitely a descendant of the heavenly emperor of purple firmament. There was such a person. To the remnants of the purple firmament, she was an unparalleled spiritual pillar. She had to be eradicated. The distance between the two parties was only 1,000 feet. To experts of such cultivation, this distance could be covered in a flash. Although Chu Yang had recovered some of his battle power, he still didn't dare to be negligent. He shouted, "A ray of cold light," he only said 4 words. Then the tribulation sword danced at a crazy speed. A ray of cold light pierces 10,000 feet. What harm is there in slaughtering the whole world? A sharp will buried deep will never change. A gathering of wind and clouds is the emperor. 4 ultimate sword moves were used one after another without regard for the cost and consequences. They were used at full speed just to escape. Succeed or die trying. The two great heavenly demon kings rushed over desperately, but they saw a bright flash of light in front of them. With a swoosh, there were continuous sonic booms. A ray of sword light rose and went straight into the sky. It had the momentum of supporting the clouds and the sky. Then, with a long tail, it was like a shooting star chasing after the moon. It instantly exceeded their line of sight. They were only half a step away, or even less than half a step away. The two of them could launch a fatal attack. But with such a short distance, Chu Yang's tribulation sword showed its power again. It directly left the battlefield in a state of being one with the sword. Its speed was so fast that the two great heavenly demon kings couldn't react in time. Chase! The two great heavenly demon kings were unwilling to give up just like that. They quickly used their movement techniques and turned into 2 long rainbows, chasing after their tails. Both of them knew that once Chu Yang and the others left, they would definitely become a great threat to the extraterrestrial demon clan when they returned. Whether it was the young man who called himself the master of Tribulation Sword or the woman who used eternal purple cloud, they were both great threats to the extraterrestrial demon clan. They had to be eliminated. Even if they knew that the chances of catching up were extremely slim, they still had to chase after them with all their might. Just as they were chasing after them, suddenly, a burst of cheers erupted from the dense forest 500 kilometers behind them. This sudden sound was as violent as the sky falling and the earth cracking. Then they saw a large number of people in ragged clothes pouring out of the dense forest from afar. It was almost endless. Even with the eyesight of the two great heavenly demon kings, they couldn't tell how many people there were over there. The few people at the front had tears in their eyes. They were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. Eternal purple cloud. Eternal purple cloud. Ancient purple clouds. They were so excited that they couldn't speak. Although the power of Zi Xieching's purple cloud imperial jade seal wasn't very powerful, its aura was unparalleled. In an instant, it shone for thousands of kilometers and illuminated the universe. Everyone saw it. To the remnant citizens of Purple Cloud, this was equivalent to the most powerful stimulant. For a moment, it was as if their hearts were about to explode from excitement. Our Purple Cloud heavens, our heavenly emperor of Purple Cloud, the heavenly emperor's bloodline, still remained in the human world. The descendants of the heavenly emperor of this world are coming to take back Purple Cloud heavens. Endless remnant citizens of Purple Cloud rushed out of the dense forest. In an instant, the whole world seemed to be filled with them. There were still countless people coming out from inside, pouring out such a battle array. How could there be only millions of them? Fujin Tianyuan and Kurai Fuku sighed helplessly as they looked at the enemies pouring out like a tide. Both of them were injured now and were not in a good condition to fight. The remnant citizens of Purple Cloud also had many experts. And the most important thing was, this battle was completely a one-sided battle. Especially under such special conditions, the remnant citizens of Purple Cloud's military strength now far exceeded that of the heavenly demon army present. This wasn't a situation that could be changed with just one or two super experts. The two great heavenly demon kings sighed sullenly and shouted angrily, "Retreat!" The hundreds of thousands of heavenly demon army retreated in an orderly manner like a tide. They disappeared without a trace in an extremely short time. Chapter 2466. The two celestial demon kings stood side by side at the peak of the mountain. They stood with their hands behind their backs. Looking at the incoming enemies, they sneered with disdain. If they wanted to leave, no one would be able to stop them. The Purple Cloud Remnant Army was about 1,000 feet away when a horn sounded. They stopped in an orderly manner. Although they were remnant citizens, they obeyed orders strictly. An elder transformed into a rainbow and arrived in a flash. He shouted, "Fujin, Kurai, so it's you two demons." The two celestial demon kings snorted. The elder asked, "Who are you fighting with just now?" His expression and tone actually had some unconcealable nervousness. Feng Jian sneered and said, "Congratulations, it turns out that the Purple Firmament Heavenly Emperor back then actually still has descendants left in this world." Everyone was an expert of the same level. All the lies, deceit, and arguments were meaningless. Fujin did not try to hide it. "The heavens have mercy!" The elder's eyes were brimming with tears. He was trembling all over. Suddenly he roared, "The heavens have blessed Purple Cloud!" With a single roar, tears streamed down his cheeks. "Unfortunately, you're still very weak." Kurai Fuku said coldly, "Your Purple Cloud Princess was severely injured by my palm. I'm afraid she's not far from death." The elder sneered, "You!" Suddenly his body flashed and he rushed forward. A long rainbow suddenly appeared, and only the sound of pung-pung could be heard. The two of them were already fighting fiercely, like two whirlwinds. After a while, the rainbow flew out again and transformed back into the elder's figure. He laughed and said, "Retreat!" Millions of remnant citizens retreated at the same time, calmly. They dispersed in an instant and disappeared without a trace. Kurai Fuku stood there with an ugly expression on his face. The elder's voice came from afar. "The heavens have blessed my master. The Purple Cloud Celestial Emperor's bloodline is still alive. I've confirmed it. Ha ha ha. Kurai Fuku's arm still has traces of fighting with the Purple Cloud Imperial Jade Seal. This is definitely true. The day of Purple Cloud Heaven's return is not far away." Suddenly, cheers came from all directions. There were traces of the Purple Cloud Imperial Jade Seal. This meant that the Emperor's bloodline was still alive. There were still descendants. Let's retreat for now, preserve our strength, and wait for an opportunity. The elder's voice boomed like thunder on a clear day. When His Majesty the Celestial Emperor's Imperial Jade Seal appears in the sky above Purple Cloud Heaven once again, all the heavenly devils will be killed. Resplendent purple clouds. Kill all the sky fiends. Resplendent purple clouds. Majestic voices rose and fell from all directions, and this group of people had already retreated into the dense forest like a receding tide. In an instant, the world returned to silence. The two heavenly demon kings looked at the dense forest and remained silent for a long time. Their faces were gloomy and their eyes were malicious. "We have to get rid of these old guys first." The two of them had the same idea at the same time. Then the two heavenly demon kings turned around and left. His back view was already somewhat bleak. After all, the injuries of the two celestial demon kings were definitely not light. In addition to physical injuries, there were also psychological injuries. Whether it was the descendant of the Purple Cloud Celestial Emperor or the young man who called himself the Master of Calamity Sword, they were all serious problems. The moment Chu Yang and the others stepped onto the first bridge, they felt as if they were dreaming. Especially the past generations of Tribulation Brothers. They had never thought that they would actually be able to come back alive this time. When the 4 moves were made just now, Chu Yang could be said to have exhausted himself to the extreme. If not for the fact that he didn't dare to release his last breath of vital energy, he would have immediately fallen into a deep coma. To put it bluntly, he was so tired that even breathing was strenuous. He was on the verge of fainting at any time. This situation made all the Tribulation Brothers feel a kind of heartfelt shame. Back then, they had agreed that they would use their lives to protect Chu Yang and the other 2 on their way to and from the Purple Cloud Celestial Emperor safely. After this trip, they were really safe. However, the ones who were safe were all the Tribulation Brothers. Chu Yang and the other 2. One was seriously exhausted and couldn't hold on at any time. The other was seriously injured, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Only Mo Qinggu was still in good condition. Protecting others had become being protected. This feeling was undoubtedly extremely uncomfortable. But more than that, it was a sense of belonging. There was also a sense of happiness, a long-lost feeling of happiness. Boss had never really abandoned us all along. And Calamity Sword had never left us either. We saw the Master of Calamity Sword again, whether they were exhausted or seriously injured, with the tribulation space that was like a cheating device, countless elixirs and heavenly treasures. Chu Yang and Zi Xieching wouldn't die no matter how close they were to death. And in these few days when they were recuperating, they were taken care of in every possible way by the Tribulation Brothers. After his injuries recovered a little, Chu Yang immediately started to comprehend the experience of this battle after crossing hundreds of thousands of miles. This time he had fought with a super expert at the level of DE with real swords and spears. Compared to the battle with Yuan Tianji back then, it was definitely not the same. The benefits to his combat attainment were naturally extraordinary. In addition to experiencing the battle experience himself, he also sparred with the Tribulation Brothers at the same time. Although the cultivation of the Tribulation Brothers couldn't be compared to the super experts at the level of Heavenly Demon King, any one of their strength was above Chu Yang's at this stage. In terms of sparring opponents, they were the most suitable for Chu Yang. At the same time, he waited here for Mo Tianji and Chu Lu-er to arrive. But after waiting and waiting, the 2 still didn't come. Not only did they not arrive, but there was also no news at all. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Chu Yang had more or less absorbed the gains from this battle. Tribulation's godly soul and Brother Tiger had both recovered. Minister Chu was progressing at a very fast pace, and he was also spending his days in comfort. As long as he was free, he would chat with Zi Xieching and Mo Qinggu about small matters and small affairs, flirting with the 2 great beauties. He enjoyed listening to Zi Xieching's thunderous roars and enduring the torrential beatings of the 2 great beauties. Seeing Mo Qinggu's face flushed red from his flirting, Minister Chu was even more elated and overjoyed. If he hadn't been worried about where Mo Tianji and Chu Lu-er had gone and why there was no news, Minister Chu would have been so happy that he almost forgot about home, practicing martial arts, drinking tea, tasting wine, chatting, flirting with beauties. When he had nothing to do, he could even go to the bridge and fight with the extraterrestrial demons to vent the energy he had accumulated. Where else could he find such a heavenly life? But finally, on this day, Minister Chu couldn't sit still anymore, because from the inside of the Heavenly Imperial Court, there was an absolutely shocking news. This news shocked Chu Yang so much that he saw stars on the spot. He almost fainted from the shock. He really couldn't sit still anymore. The moment he heard the news, he was tongue-tied and dumbfounded. Although his mouth wasn't crooked, it was almost completely cracked to the back of his ears. It wasn't laughter, but shock and shock. In the face of such shocking news, Minister Chu made a prompt decision. He immediately set off and hurried back to the heavenly imperial court. And Tribulation's brothers didn't persuade him to stay. The path of the Tribulation Sword Master was ultimately up to him, and now they were shouldering the heavy responsibility of guarding the first bridge. Even if something big really happened, they couldn't leave. There was nothing more important than guarding the first bridge at the moment. And Chu Yang obviously couldn't stay here to guard the first bridge, at least not now. When I come back again, I'll definitely come back with hundreds of millions of troops and take back Purple Cloud Heavens in one fell swoop. Exterminate the extraterrestrial demons. Chu Yang's eyes flashed as he said this. That was a kind of absolute confidence. And the eyes of Tribulation's brothers were also shining. They didn't doubt at all that Chu Yang could do this. An expert who could confront the extraterrestrial demon king at the age of 20, the creator of countless miracles. There was no reason to doubt such a legend anymore. Sword Master, please find out the whereabouts of our boss. Zuichio Yankuo made this request on behalf of all the brothers. Heroes won't be buried. Chu Yang nodded seriously. Everyone reluctantly said goodbye. When Chu Yang left the first bridge and climbed up a big mountain, he looked back and saw that there seemed to be a few small black dots at the misty first bridge, motionless. Those were the brothers watching the departure of the Tribulation Sword Master. The news Chu Yang received was actually very brief. The Heaven Imperial Court was in chaos. Actually, it wasn't that all the heavens and earth were in chaos. The main thing was that the big western sky, green cloud heavens, and extreme sky, these three big heavens and earth were in chaos. There was a peerless swordsman called Gu Duxing who set off a monstrous tide of anger in the big western sky. He fought a direct battle with the big western sky imperial court, and not only did he not lose, he didn't even fall into a disadvantageous position. Of course, it wasn't that Gu Duxing's strength had truly reached the level where he could confront one side of the heavens and earth by himself. It was more appropriate to say that he could confront one side of the heavens and earth with two people's strength, because this solitary swordsman, who had always liked to be alone, this time he made an exception and had a powerful ally. His ally was called Buluching, the absolute heaven sword art that everyone in the Heaven Imperial Court coveted finally appeared in the mortal world. It joined hands with Gu Duxing's chaotic heaven sword art for the first time. Gu Duxing's chaotic heaven and Buluching's absolute heaven. The combination of the two swords was known to be invincible under the heavens. The two joined hands to attack, shaking the big western sky. Gu Duxing called himself Emperor Duxing, starting an uprising, leading his own subordinates to officially provoke the big western sky's official power. You won't go out to battle the heavenly demon. I will. You don't deserve this position. I'll sit. This was Gu Duxing's declaration of war against the crazed sword Heavenly Emperor Wu Yekwang. This declaration was straightforward to the extreme. It didn't have any elaborate language, and it also didn't have any wanton abuse. It only had the most simple literal meaning. When the news spread out, the universe shook. Another great battle of the century was on the verge of being staged. Chapter 2467. At the same time, no one knew that while Tianji Intelligence Department was earning money, they were also providing information on this side to the other side. In fact, the information provided to the other side was even more detailed than the information provided to this side. What was even more outrageous was that the information was completely free. Under the manipulation of so many people behind the scenes, it would be inexcusable if the world wasn't in chaos. When Chu Yang and the other two saw such explosive news, they immediately decided to leave Purple Cloud Heavens. They traveled day and night and hurriedly rushed to the extreme heavens. Among the three heavens and earth, the extreme heavens was currently in the most dangerous situation. After all, the extreme heavens had a saint overseeing it. If the two sides really got into a conflict and the saint intervened, it wouldn't be a joke. Chu Yang didn't expect to see a familiar face after he had traveled for thousands of miles. Two people whom he had been eagerly looking forward to meeting but had yet to appear. Mo Tianji and Chu Lu. These two people were dressed in white. They stood quietly under a tree by the roadside and smiled as they watched Chu Yang and the other two come over. It was as if they already knew that Chu Yang and the other two would definitely take this path, so they waited here. When Chu Yang saw them, he was greatly shocked. This guy, who was behind the scenes and stirred up a storm in the world, was actually here as if he had nothing to do with it? You can't go overboard like this, right, big brother? Chu Lu's pretty face was a little red. She looked at Mo Qingwu with a complicated expression. Second brother. Mo Qingwu's expression was also a little complicated. She looked at Mo Tianji and then at Chu Lu. She was also a little helpless. Beast! When Chu Yang saw them, he didn't have time to be surprised at their reunion. He shouted and pounced forward, grabbing Mo Tianji and giving him a beating. Mo Tianji was really caught off guard by this calculation. He was already thrown to the ground by Chu Yang and was beaten into a panda with just a few punches and kicks. Mo Tianji screamed. Chu Lu hurriedly went forward to mediate. Big brother, what's wrong with you? Why are you beating him up? Tianji, he what? What did you call him just now? You actually called him Tianji. You beast! Chu Yang shouted angrily. Tell me, what did you do to my sister? How could you make her call you that? You beast! Chu Lu's face immediately turned red. She covered her face and retreated to the side, stomping her feet continuously. I didn't. Mo Tianji did his best to defend himself. I really didn't. Chu Yang punched him again and again with great force. He cursed as he punched. You beast! Hooligan! Pervert! Scoundrel! Shameless! What did you just say? You haven't. You beast! The more he fought, the more he vented his anger. The more he fought, the more energetic he became. This bastard has been hindering my relationship with Mo Qingwu for the past few years. Now, it's finally time for him to return the favor. The feeling was really great. Mo Tianji finally couldn't take it anymore and fought back. The master of the Tribulation Sword and the strategist of the Tribulation Sword were fighting like street thugs. If anyone who knew the identity of the two saw this, their eyes would definitely pop out. Mo Tianji finally realized that Chu Yang wasn't worried about his sister at all. He was purely taking revenge on him for some of his past actions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become more and more aggressive. Naturally, he couldn't stand being beaten one-sidedly and naturally fought back more and more vigorously. Dust filled the air as they fought. They twisted and turned, rolled and screamed incessantly. On the side, Zi Sheqing smiled as she watched the two brothers fight. She didn't even have the slightest intention of stopping them. She was just watching the show. On the other side, Mo Qingwu and Chu Lu were facing each other. Both of their faces were a little red. Finally, Mo Qingwu asked first, In the future, will you call me sister-in-law, or should I call you sister-in-law? Chu Lu snorted and said, Do you dare to call Mo Tianji uncle? Mo Qingwu was stunned. Then, do you dare to call Chu Yang that? Chu Lu snorted and rolled her eyes. She didn't say anything. Since the first time the two girls met, they were somewhat at odds with each other. They didn't give in to each other and were still at loggerheads. Now that Chu Lu finally got together with Mo Tianji, Mo Qingwu instinctively thought that it was time for her to vent her anger. She didn't expect it to still be a stalemate. I'm your sister-in-law and you're my sister-in-law. Chu Yang's brother-in-law is Mo Tianji, and Mo Tianji's brother-in-law is Chu Yang. What a messy relationship. Mo Qingwu frowned for a long time and finally came up with a compromise. Why don't we each talk about our own matters? No one should think of being superior to the other. How about that? Chulua looked up at the sky and said proudly, "That won't do. There's a fundamental difference between the two." Mo Chingu was confused. "What difference is there in essence? What's the difference?" Chulua rolled her eyes and said, "The situation is completely different. How can we generalize? You and my brother, it's you who wooed my brother. Me and your brother, it's your brother who wooed me. And I haven't agreed yet." Mo Ching-Wu burst into tears in an instant. "That useless second brother of mine. Is it so difficult to pick up a girl? That's not right. When did I woo Chuyang? Back then, it was Chuyang who wooed me. That's right." Mo Ching-Wu was a little lacking in confidence and retorted with puffed cheeks, "You know very well what exactly happened." Chulu looked at her triumphantly, as if she had won a battle. Mo Ching-Wu snorted and said, "That's still not right. Back then, at Mayun Heaven, everyone could tell what you were thinking. It was clearly you who wooed my second brother. What's the difference between the two of us?" Chulu, R's expression didn't change. She said boldly, "Is there such a thing? Why don't I remember? You must have remembered wrongly, right?" The two women went back and forth, and it looked like a stalemate was about to form. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji had already stopped fighting by now. Their fight was a small matter. Right now, a big matter was about to develop. They looked at the two women fighting with each other with a huge headache, feeling speechless and at a loss of what to do. Looking at the situation, there was no way to even mediate the fight. Chu Yang looked. On one side was his sister, and on the other side was his wife. Mo Tianji frowned. On one side was his wife, and on the other was his sister. The two of them were usually wise and resourceful people, but in the face of such a situation they could only pretend to be deaf and mute, pretending not to hear anything. However, even though the two of them shrank back, Mo Ching-Wu and Chu Lu wouldn't let the matter rest. Mo Ching-Wu pouted and walked over. She hugged Chu Yang's arm and asked threateningly, "Tell me, was I the one who wooed you back then, or was it you who wooed me? I remember that you took the initiative to give me a saber and a lot of other things. You even told me many stories." Chu Yang's forehead was full of sweat. He hurriedly explained, "Yes, I was the one who wooed you. Yes, I was the one who wooed you." Mo Ching-Wu snorted triumphantly and rolled her eyes at Chu Lu. Chu Lu snorted with great dissatisfaction. She walked up to Mo Tianji with her hands on her hips, looking like a standard queen. She asked in a deep voice, "Was I the one who wooed you, or was it you who wooed me?" The pitiful brainiac immediately lowered his head. He hurriedly raised his hands and said with a fawning expression, "I was the one who wooed you." He. With a fawning expression and a fawning smile, Chu then turned her face and looked at Mo Ching-Wu with her nose in the air. She snorted softly. Mo Tianji and Chu Yang were both wiping their sweat. "Your sister is really fierce." Chu Yang looked defeated. "Isn't your sister the same?" Mo Tianji's forehead was full of cold sweat. "Your sister." Chu Yang sighed. "Your sister." Mo Tianji sighed. The two men saw the storm of their future life at the same time. No matter if it was a hero or a commoner, the most troublesome thing was family discord, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law discord. Now, the two of them were at odds with each other. "All of you, shut up!" Zi Xieching shouted angrily. "What's there to argue about?" Chu Yang was about to slip away when he was stopped. Let me ask you, was I the one who wooed you, or was it you who wooed me?" Zi Xieching's expression was very dangerous. Obviously, she was triggered by the fact that someone gave her a lot of things when they were wooing her. "I wooed you, of course I wooed you," Minister Chu said hurriedly. He smiled fawningly and shook his head while wagging his tail. "Humph!" Zi Xieching snorted and waved her hand. "Let's go. As for the matter between the two of you, you still have a generation to fight for. What's the hurry?" Mo Ching-Wu and Chu Lu looked at each other and snorted at the same time. One of them turned her head to the left, while the other turned her head to the right. They followed Zi Xieching and left. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji were speechless. They were covered in cold sweat. The two of them followed behind the three women dejectedly. They felt that even their intestines were tangled into a ball. They thought that Zi Xieching was here to mediate. Who would have thought that the conflict she started with one sentence would lead to a generation of guidance? They thought that they might have to choose between their sister and their wife for the rest of their lives. The two smart people felt that they would rather die than live. Men! Chu Yang shook his head and sighed. It's not easy. Mo Tianji's face was solemn as he finished Chu Yang's sentence. Sigh, sigh. The two of them sighed at the same time. How can we make your sister take a step back? Why is my sister the one taking a step back? Why doesn't your sister take a step back? Do you still have a conscience? Do you dare to say it in front of her? Do you dare? Am I the one without a conscience, or are you the one without one? You're a heartless thing. The two of them glared at each other. Damn you! Chu Yang turned his head and strode forward. Damn you! Mo Tianji rolled his eyes and strode forward confidently. They hadn't walked far when they heard the sound of chatter and laughter in front of them. They stared and saw the three women gathered together again, gesticulating and discussing happily. There was even laughter from time to time. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji looked at each other and felt a great sense of defeat at the same time. Damn it, we were still worried that the two of them would continue fighting like this. Chapter 2468. Women, O Women. Hearing the laughter coming from the front, Chu Yang and Mo Tianji sighed in relief. They looked at each other and smiled, incomparably peaceful. Just as they were about to let out a sigh of relief, they heard the two women in front of them arguing again, with red faces and thick necks. Then the two people's hearts were raised again. Then, after a while, the two beautiful heads were together again. Jabbering and gesticulating along the way, Chu Yang and Mo Tianji were completely in the same situation. Let out a sigh of relief. Want to take a breath, then suddenly raise it up. Then let out another sigh of relief. Take another breath, then suddenly raise it up again. This kind of endless, vicious cycle. The two men who were unrivaled in their respective fields, who looked down on the world, simultaneously felt that their brains were about to turn into paste. Their mental illness could erupt at any time, and they were about to reach a kind of brain-damaged state. Men with high IQ really didn't have high EQ. The two with high IQ could only choose to change the topic in response to this phenomenon, turning a deaf ear to other issues as they discussed other issues. Why are you waiting here? I'm waiting for you. Waiting for me. Yes, we saw Wu Jucheng before. Wu Jucheng's strength has increased very quickly in this period of time. I learned about the first bridge from him. But I don't want to go to the first bridge right now. Yes, I understand. So, I'm waiting for you here. Yes, what's going on with the three big worlds? I'm actually waiting for you to talk about this matter. Chu Yang frowned and looked at Mo Tianji, because just from these words, he could hear that the main culprit who instigated the rebellion of the three big worlds was standing in front of him at this moment. I originally didn't want to face the three big worlds so quickly, mainly on Gu Duxing's side. Bu Luqing suddenly appeared and even killed Wu Yiquang's subordinate generals. The big Western sky officials were shaken, and several attempts to kill him were to no avail. Finally, the big Western sky fully encircled and suppressed him. During this period, Gu Duxing coincidentally helped him fight a few battles. Finally, he got burned and became a wanted criminal together. Mo Tianji smiled faintly. And after I learned of this news, I suddenly thought of the words in for a penny, in for a pound. Chu Yang frowned and grinned. Oh! As soon as I think of it, I'll do it. I'll simply use this idea as a basis, and I'll use everything that I can currently use. I'll start stirring up wind and rain in the Heavenly Secret Intelligence Department. The first step is to unite all of the heavenly armament pavilion's powers in the great western sky and dispatch experts to secretly move out. I'll completely wipe out all of the western sky's official and civilian intelligence forces in one fell swoop. Mo Tianji had a pretentious look of disappointment on his face. Actually, I didn't think that I would succeed so easily, since I've already started in for a penny, in for a pound. I conveniently uprooted the intelligence network of the Extreme Heaven Sect and the Green Heaven Sect. Mo Tianji sighed. Facing Chu Yang's crazy gaze, he said, "Actually, you also know that sometimes when one's strength is too strong, one will instead feel very frustrated, because there's no opponent. It's really distressing. Invincibility is really a lonely thing. I didn't do it on purpose. How did I become invincible?" Chu Yang's face was distorted. It seemed as if he wanted to vomit. Since things have already come to this, the war in the Extreme Heaven Sect is definitely going to break out. So, I've already started in for a pound, in for a pound. Mo Tianji said casually, "Since you're already invincible, why don't you just start with the other heavens and earth? Why only these three? Aren't you afraid of using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken?" Chu Yang asked sarcastically. "For the time being, don't think about becoming fat in one go. Otherwise, you'll be stuffed to death." Mo Tianji pretended to be sanctimonious as he lectured. "It's not advisable to do it in one go. Rice has to be eaten one mouthful at a time. The road has to be taken one step at a time. I thought you understood this principle, wretch." Chu Yang finally couldn't help but vomit. "So, you also understand this principle. Then, why did you start the war between the three heavens and earth? Who's the one who wants to be stuffed to death? No. Although my current strength is still slightly insufficient, with the help of the other heavens and earth brothers, I can handle it." Mo Tianji smiled faintly. "If this matter can succeed, of course, it'll be for the best. Even if it doesn't, I still want to find that place in these heavens and earth." Chu Yang raised his head abruptly. "That place? Your real goal is actually—" "That's right," Mo Tianji said. "After careful calculation, I believe that Myriad Saints' true spirit's base camp can only exist in the extreme sky, clear sky, and big western sky. Now that there's an opportunity, of course, we have to make a move. The sooner we get rid of this huge hidden danger, the better." Chu Yang was silent for a moment. Then he asked cautiously, "Is it reliable?" "There's a 70% chance." Mo Tianji pondered for a moment. After careful consideration, he gave this number. Chu Yang was silent. Then he slowly nodded. Mo Tianji said that there was a 70% chance. Then, it proved that the reliability of this matter had already exceeded a 100% chance. Mo Tianji was never one to speak confidently. "If this matter is true, then this battle will definitely be earth-shattering, because this is undoubtedly digging up the foundation of the Saint Monarchs." Chu Yang let out a long sigh. "So, when the time comes, we must contact the East Sovereign and the Demon Empress through you. Only then will we have a certain chance of victory." Mo Tianji said, "This is the main reason why I've been waiting for you here." Chu Yang nodded silently. "Also, during this period of time, other than Gu Duxing, Ao Xiun, and Dong Wushang, the subordinates of the other brothers can secretly participate and help. However, they cannot appear in person." Mo Tianji said solemnly, "Including you, me, Qing Wu, and the others must also not appear. This is to avoid alerting the enemy." Chu Yang frowned and said, "If that's the case, with just the strength of the three of them, wanting to go against the three heavenly courts, I'm afraid it's too difficult and too weak." Mo Tianji said, "I'm watching, and the Heavenly Army Intelligence Department is watching. There should be no problem." Mo Tianji said, "If they can't grow in adversity, what right do they have to be supreme in the world?" Chu Yang let out a long sigh. After a long time, he said, "All right, I can endure it, but you may not be able to." Mo Tianji said, Once Gu Duxing or Dong Wushang are in danger of certain death, you will definitely take action. And once you take action, it will definitely involve the appearance of too many people. When the brothers see you take action, they will definitely not sit idly by. So, the other reason why I'm waiting for you here is, Mo. Tianji fixed his gaze on Chu Yang for a long time and said, expel you from the heavenly imperial court. You can go outside and play. But Chu Yang was exasperated. To put it more clearly, you want me to find a place to behave for a period of time? Mo. Tianji smiled faintly. That's right. Wait until we confirm that place. Then you can appear out of nowhere and turn the tide. Chu Yang did not speak for a long time. After a long time, he scolded, You bastard, you're indeed the number one sly person in the world. Mo. Tianji smiled. You flatter me, you flatter me. Actually, it's not just you. I also have to tuck my tail between my legs. From now on, I won't appear in the martial world rashly for a period of time. On the surface, let the three of them stir up all the trouble. Most of the other forces have to be hidden in the dark. According to the official statement, my Tianji Intelligence Department still has a lot of enmity with the three of them. During this period of time, we have also suffered a lot of losses. Chu Yang was speechless for a long time. You are a god and a ghost. Continue to be the mastermind behind the scenes. Mo. Tianji still smiled. You flatter me. I like being the person behind the scenes the most. Letting the enemy sink into ignorance until they die has always been my favorite thing to do. Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, If that's the case, you must ensure the safety of the brothers. Mo. Tianji shook his head. I really can't guarantee this. Chu Yang gnashed his teeth in hatred. Mo. Tianji, are you really going to stand by and do nothing? Even if you are addicted to being the mastermind behind the scenes, you can't just give up like this, right? Mo. Tianji was silent for a long time after hearing this. Then he smiled bitterly and said, Big brother, you don't know the current situation. The current situation is very delicate. To tell you the truth, even if I have the ability to guarantee, I can't guarantee it. Or rather, I shouldn't guarantee it. That's because we've all reached a level that's relatively at the peak. If we take one more step forward, we will all be at the level of the world's dominators. Mo. Tianji's voice had a kind of indescribable dullness. At this level, we're no longer existences that can be controlled by anyone. Therefore, even though everyone has the same goal and is working hard for the same goal, everyone has their own way of doing things. We can't rashly interfere and intervene. Misfortune, fortune, life and death, only we can bear it. After crossing this level, there will be a long road in the future. We have to walk it ourselves. Mo. Tianji raised his head and looked at Chu Yang seriously. If you and I continue to blindly protect like this, the consequences will not be optimistic. In fact, it will be unimaginable. Our crisis is actually greater than the crisis that our brothers have experienced in the past. We can't be mentioned in the same breath. Mo. Tianji sighed. Chu Yang was also silent. Mo. Tianji's words were very obscure. There were even some vague metaphors. But Chu Yang was able to understand. Yes, if they continued to protect like this, sooner or later, there would be a day when someone would fall behind. At that time, they would fall behind. It would be an irreparable loss. And all the protection now, in the long run, was actually harming them. It was the main culprit that pushed them to a dead end. That's good. There are still many roads in the future. Indeed, we need to walk on our own in order to walk steadily. Chu Yang nodded silently. Chapter 2469. Mo. Tianji said, How could I not know that you value relationships? It's inevitable that you'll feel uncomfortable when you hear this. But sometimes your discomfort now is for the sake of everyone's happiness in the future when we're together forever. If someone suffers irreparable harm, we'll take revenge for them. Mo. Tianji's lips trembled, and he said, But we've already reached this stage. There's no turning back. Every single one of us has to bear the responsibility for everything. If you want to reach the peak of the world, you can't rely on others. You can't rely on external help. Mo Tianji's last sentence made Chu Yang completely give up on this idea. After remaining silent for a long time, he finally agreed. Yes, if you want to reach the peak of the world, you can only rely on yourself. You can't rely on others to help you. To them, it's a shame that can't be washed away. Everyone is proud and arrogant. Who would accept being helped by others to reach the position of supreme martial artist? Even if they are good brothers, even if they know each other well, they can't do that. I'm going to the Demon Emperor Heaven now to settle some matters. Chu Yang made a prompt decision. Since he had already made a decision, he should immediately carry it out. Hesitating and not moving forward would only ruin things. After I've gone to the Demon Emperor Heaven and settled the various matters, I'll bring Qin Guo, Butian, and the others to the Eastern Royal Heaven. We'll leave the Celestial Imperial Court through the path that Xue Leihan had opened up. We'll make a trip back to the Heaven Imperial Court. Just as well. I'm going to the Lake of Despair. Chu Yang's eyes were filled with deep longing, not only for the Lake of Despair, but also for his friends, brothers, parents, and family there. All right. Mo Tianji nodded. Lu'er, and I will also hide behind the scenes. We'll see what these three fellows can do to the three worlds. Will they succeed or die? Only after chaos can there be great governance. The Heaven Imperial Court's current situation is really chaotic. We can't guarantee that there aren't other spies in the upper echelons of the Heaven Imperial Court. If we want to defeat the heavenly demons in the future and eliminate them, we don't have any confidence at the current stage. Only by grasping as much power as possible in your own hands can you have a greater chance of success. Mo Tianji said indifferently. Therefore, this chaos is necessary. The chaos will continue to expand. It may even expand to the entire Heaven Imperial Court. Moreover, in such a chaotic situation, it may not be a bad thing if the heavenly demons attack. The Heavenly Imperial Court really needs to wake up. Chu Yang nodded in agreement. Mo Tianji had already considered all of the possible scenarios. Everything had been planned out thoroughly. Even the worst-case scenario was almost ready. Wait until you reach the heavenly layer. Mo Tianji hesitated for a moment and finally smiled bitterly. There was a look of longing in his eyes, but he didn't say anything else. I know. Chu Yang smiled comfortingly. Even if he missed home, how could his brothers not miss home? He would be able to return this time, but none of them would be able to leave. These missions would all be on his shoulders. This unexpected reunion, the time they spent together was really short. The five of them traveled together for less than 3 days before they went their separate ways again. They probably wouldn't be able to contact each other for a long period of time. However, Chu Yang was still very relieved. Other than trusting Mo Tianji's ability, it was also because Chu Lu'er seemed to be really happy. When she was with Mo Tianji, Lu'er clearly held the absolute dominant position. Although Chu Lu'er tried her best to hide it and was very shy, Chu Yang could still clearly feel the happiness and satisfaction in his sister's eyes and some other details. Chu Yang was very happy about this. He was really very happy. Of course, other than being happy, he also felt a little emotional. I didn't expect that the master of calculation and manipulation, who has the world in his hands, who has the wisdom of a generation's calamity, who can devise strategies to determine victory from 1,000 miles away, would finally fall into a family of henpecked men. Fate makes fools of people. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In addition, Chu Lu'er once secretly told Chu Yang that she had already surpassed her master, Wu Jucheng, in terms of cultivation and poison. When the little girl spoke, her face was full of pride, looking forward to being praised. Of course, Chu Yang wouldn't let her down. He praised her to the best of his ability and also asked about Wu Jucheng's recent situation, especially his mentality. From Chu Lu'er, he found out that Wu Jucheng's mentality was pretty good now. Also, his brothers had collected countless heavenly treasures for him to cultivate. This old brother was currently in a secret place, very close to purple cloud heavens, cultivating and improving himself with all his might. Although Wu Jucheng's poison techniques weren't as fast as Lu Er's, he was still improving day by day. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could return to his brother's camp with his strength. His brothers were also looking forward to the arrival of that day. With regards to his disciple surpassing him, Wu Jucheng didn't feel any disappointment or anger. Instead, he felt that it was normal. Moreover, he didn't feel ashamed to ask his disciple about the more profound way of using poison. At this point, Chu Yang was completely at ease. However, he still couldn't help but warn Chu Lu, poison is ultimately just a means. Perhaps it can be used within a certain range of cultivation. Furthermore, it can be very effective in intimidating the enemy. However, there are too many capable people in this world. When the difference in cultivation is too great, no matter how good one's poison techniques are, it's useless. One's own cultivation is ultimately the most important key. Chu Lu bowed her head and accepted his advice. This girl was a smart person to begin with. Regarding this point that Chu Yang had mentioned, not only had Chu Yang mentioned it before, Mo Tianji had also mentioned it, and Wu Jucheng had also mentioned it time and time again. Naturally, she would remember it in her heart and wouldn't dare to forget it. Chu Yang sighed softly. When he said these words, he actually felt like he was looking up at a tall mountain. Based on the current situation, Lu Er's poison was a great threat to the vast majority of martial artists. As long as one was an expert below the high-level saint level, they would be threatened by the poison. This point had already been proven in the previous Heavenly Demon Great Battle. The effects were excellent. However, Lu Er's poison techniques were within the range of the Heavenly Imperial Court. Basically, she had already reached the peak and the limit. It was very difficult for her to make any further breakthroughs. The poison power that she could unleash was already very ineffective against experts at the level of DE and the others. In fact, it was basically useless. This was also the biggest reason why Chu Yang had never thought of using poison to counter the two heavenly demon kings when he was facing them. Once the effect was minimal or even completely ineffective, he would only waste the opportunity to strike or even create a flaw in his own defense. It would be a complete failure. There were also experts at a higher level like Master Cloud and the Heavenly Demon Emperor. The so-called poison power was a joke to them. At least with Chu Lu Er's current level of poison techniques, it was really a joke. Therefore, when one reached a truly profound level, everything ultimately depended on one's own true strength. No matter how domineering or invincible a poison was, it was still completely meaningless to them. There were also some people at a higher level, such as the person who created the Calamity Sword and that black-robed man. Even if it was any sharp or strange poison in the universe, it was completely meaningless to them, let alone Lu Er's poison. Thinking of that realm, Chu Yang suddenly felt very fascinated. But it was only fascinated because Chu Yang firmly believed that he would definitely be able to reach that realm in the future. These few days, Mo Tianji's only companion was Chu Yang. Most of the time he was in a state of solitude. Chu Lu stuck to Chu Yang's side all day long. Mo Qingwu and Zi Xiecheng also kept following Chu Yang. Mo Tianji could only sigh. He looked at other people's younger sister and then looked at his own younger sister. Why was the gap so big? It was too awkward and too depressing. Finally, on the last day, Mo Qingwu seemed to have noticed her second brother's dejection and came over to chat with Mo Tianji. In just a short while, the great master of calculation and manipulation, Mo Tianji, was actually excited for a very long time. He was a little overwhelmed by the favor. For the entire afternoon, he was smiling and happy. Finally, Mo Tianji left contentedly. Chu Lu and Mo Tianji disappeared from sight. Chu Yang, Mo Qingwu, and Zi Xiecheng continued on their journey. But this time, their speed was much, much faster. They were almost rushing with all their might, like shooting stars chasing after the moon, rushing straight to Demon Emperor Sky. Mo Qing Wu's expression was a little downcast, but also a little gratified. She was disappointed that her second brother no longer belonged to her. She was gratified that her second brother had finally found happiness. The wind blew and the rain blew in the three heavens and earth, the clouds and the moon spanning 180,000 miles. When Demon Emperor Sky was finally in sight, Chu Yang simply had the urge to return home. This time, he felt very different from the last time he was here. Demon Emperor Sky now seemed to be in the midst of reorganization. Troops were being trained everywhere. The atmosphere of an impending war was obvious and not concealed at all. At the docks, there were already solemn rows of troops beginning to gather. Murderous aura filled the sky. The leader was an elder of Demon Emperor Sky, an expert of the demon race Xian Bao. What are they doing with such great fanfare? Chu Yang asked. The first wave of the Demon Emperor army will be going to purple cloud heavens. Xian Bao's voice was like a bell. Ah, may I ask how many people are going? Chu Yang frowned. 1 million. Xian Bao was full of confidence. This time, we are going to be the vanguard. First, we will find out the details of the extraterrestrial demons over there. The few of us naturally do not have the qualifications to fight them to the death. We still have this bit of self-awareness. When we reach there, we will defend and wait for reinforcements. We will conserve our strength and wait for the arrival of our army before we officially start the expedition. Chapter 2470. Chu Yang nodded. Such an attack strategy was indeed an experienced strategy. It was neither greedy nor rash. It was just right. Looking at the army that was full of fighting spirit, Chu Yang couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He wrote a letter and asked Black Leopard to bring it to Ji Huitian. He strictly instructed, after you go there, listen to Zuiqiu Yuncho's advice. Do not attack rashly. Black Leopard solemnly agreed and carefully kept the letter. Black Leopard was one of the few generals in the Demon Emperor Heaven, and his status was roughly the same as Meng Wuya's in the past. He had been through hundreds of battles, so how could he not know that this trip to the purple cloud heavens would be filled with dangers and dangers? He also understood the benefits of having someone who was familiar with the geography and environment to help him. Since this person was able to gain Chu Yang's favor, he must have some outstanding aspects. Following Black Leopard's order, the million-strong army of Demon Emperor Heaven set off. Banners fluttered and murderous intent filled the air. Wave after wave, they disappeared into the sea of clouds. Boss Chu! A voice came. Chu Yang turned around and saw that it was Yao Ningning of Demon Emperor Heaven. This time, it was actually this Demon Emperor who came to send the army off personally. Why did you think of sending the army out at this time? Chu Yang asked, puzzled. This is the decision made by my mother. I'm just a representative. Yao Ningning was clad in golden armor and looked valiant and valiant. However, the moment he saw Chu Yang, he immediately jumped up and down. The solemn and dignified look that he had earlier disappeared without a trace. But as a representative, you're no small matter. Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. Looking at the guards beside Yao Ningning, Chu Yang knew that from Yao Huangtian's departure this time and from the fact that his grandfather had sent him off, a new round of power had already begun. The era of the Demon Empress, leading the demon race, was about to pass, and the era of the next Demon Emperor had begun. Perhaps today was the day of the new Demon Emperor. The army had already set off. Yao Ningning had nothing to do if he stayed. He simply followed Chu Yang to Luohua City. Didn't my heavenly armament pavilion send troops to help this time? Chu Yang asked as he walked. Someone once suggested, but sister-in-law rejected it. Yao Ningning said, Butian Sa said that the time is not right yet. Right now, the heavenly armament pavilion is training as if their lives are on the line. Every bit of strength they raise will increase their survivability in battle. Speaking up to here, the Grand Elder sighed. The two sisters-in-law are really capable. How long has it been? And the strength of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's ragtag army is already above our Demon Emperor Heaven's regular army. Chu Yang grunted and said, I'm afraid that there's still the issue of unifying the commands. The phenomenon of being free and undisciplined. There's still a long way to go for a regular army to follow orders and enforce prohibitions. Boss, your words hit the nail on the head. Yao Ningning said in admiration. Sister-in-law said the same thing. Therefore, the most important thing for the Heavenly Armament Pavilion now is discipline. Well, I think it's about time. Chu Yang laughed. Yao Ningning moved closer and said flatteringly, but, boss, when your Heavenly Armament Pavilion's training is successful, then give me tens of thousands of people. Such an army is really coveted. Get lost! Chu Yang glared at him unceremoniously. Get lost! While he was at it, he kicked the Grand Elders, but hard. Yao Ningning screamed and was thrown away. He smiled apologetically. If you don't want to give, then don't give. Why did you hit people? It's wrong to hit people. On the other side, the accompanying experts of the Demon Emperor Heavens all widened their eyes as if they had seen a monster. This guy is really awesome. Facing our Grand Elder, he actually hit and scolded him as he wished. He didn't show any respect at all. And after the Grand Elder was hit and scolded, he still had to smile apologetically. This guy is simply too powerful to the point of being unreasonable. In half a day, the group arrived at Luohua City. In fact, the news of Chu Yang's arrival had already been sent back. At this time, at the gate of Luohua City, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion had already lined up to welcome them. Beside the people of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, there was already a person who stood out from the crowd and stood upright. This person was at least half a head taller than the tallest person beside him, but his physique was even thinner than the thinnest person beside him. His green robes fluttered in the wind, making him look like an oversized human-shaped bamboo pole, with an unrestrained and pretentious air about him. It was the Tang clan's third young master, the new god of wealth of Luohua City, Tang Yongwei. The Tang clan's third young master was now extraordinary. His whole body was covered in jewels, and there was a fist-sized gem hanging on his neck. It almost broke his slender neck into two pieces, but it was still shining brightly. His whole body stood there, incomparably eye-catching. There were actually several gemstones on the top of this fellow's head, a green, transparent bracelet on his wrist, and a belt on his waist that was also full of jewels. There was even a whole string of gemstones hanging from the belt. The most amazing thing was that there seemed to be a shining gem on the side of his nose. When Chu Yang saw it, he was dazzled by the colorful jewels, and his eyes were dazzled. Boss Chu! The Tang clan's third young master rushed up excitedly, and his eyes were almost filled with tears. I'm rich! Me! Chu Yang suddenly covered his eyes with his hands. He was caught off guard, and the light refracted by the jewels on the Tang clan's third young master's body shone into his eyes. He was dazzled, and tears flowed down his face. He couldn't help but murmur, Fuck! Third young master, you're really rich. Ha ha ha. The Tang clan's third young master laughed strangely like a duck. He was overjoyed. You don't know, but I've been elated, high-spirited, and complacent these days. Chu Yang painfully wiped his tears and rubbed his eyes. He was seriously allergic to the jewels on the Tang clan's third young master. Let's talk about it later. Let me recover first. Your jewels are really dazzling. They're simply the strongest visual killer. The Tang clan's third young master laughed loudly and chattered endlessly and continued to show off his achievements. During this period, the Tang clan's third young master was indeed in charge of all the general business of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, including all the procurement. Therefore, the Tang clan's third young master had really made a fortune. He naturally had the upper hand in the clan's struggle. He had thoroughly trampled on his elder brother. It could be said that he outshone the others and was infinitely awe-inspiring. It was said that when this guy walked, it was as if he had a hernia. They chatted along the way, and finally returned to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's encampment. The Tang clan's third young master had a matter to attend to at the last minute. So he left behind a sentence before he left. "Big brother Chu, I'll come and drink with you tomorrow." "Oh my God!" Chu Yang sighed in so much pain that he wished he was dead. "If you do it again, I'm afraid I'll be blinded by the jewels on your body. I kill her." At the door, two stunning beauties stood there quietly. One was graceful and luxurious, and had the inviolable dignity of a king. The other was cold and incomparable, and had a faint, awe-inspiring majesty. But both of them had the same heavenly beauty, and were unparalleled in this world. They were Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian. Chu Yang's heart warmed, and he took large strides forward to greet them. Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian's beautiful eyes were already fixed on Chu Yang's body. Gradually, glistening teardrops flickered in their eyes, but they restrained themselves and waited with a smile. It had been a full year since they parted this time. Chu Yang had also been worried about these two women every day. Now that they had met again, he suddenly felt an inexplicable heartache. These two women had always been like this. When he went out to make a living in the Jianghu, they silently guarded his back. When he needed them, they would definitely step forward bravely. They would go through life and death with him, through thick and thin, and would never leave him. They wouldn't deliberately fight for glory with anyone, but he could rest assured about anything that was in their hands. As long as it was something that was entrusted to them, no matter whether it was a big or small matter, they would always be able to handle it properly. Chu Yang took large strides forward. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he stretched out his hands and fiercely hugged the two delicate bodies into his arms. In an instant, he felt that both sides of his chest were soaked with tears. Mo Qingwu and Zi Xieching smiled at each other. They didn't disturb him, nor did they try to blend into the scene. They said softly, "Let's go and watch Tan train his troops." "Okay, I heard that this guy is actually leading the troops during this time. I'm a little worried. He won't turn all the soldiers under his command into narcissists like him, right?" "You're right. Let's go and take a look quickly. Maybe we can stop him." The two women disappeared with a whoosh sound. Chu Yang and Zi Xieching had traveled hundreds of thousands of miles and accompanied each other day and night. But Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian could only anxiously wait at home. Now they had finally returned. This period of time belonged to them. It completely belonged to them. Chu Yang hugged the two lithe bodies. His body flashed and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian were so embarrassed that they moaned. They were about to resist when they realized that they had already returned to their rooms. "It's hard for a heartless guy like you to remember that I live here." Wu Qianqian's eyes glistened with tears, but she pretended to be jealous with a trembling voice. Chu Yang chuckled. "Senior Marshal Sister Wu's room is always so fragrant." He lowered his head, and with lightning speed, he bit Wu Qianqian's rosy cherry lips. Wu Qianqian moaned, and her whole body softened. Tai Butian's face turned red. She struggled hard and said in a panic, "You guys continue. I have to go out for a while. There are many things." Before she finished speaking, Chu Yang had already changed his position. He covered her mouth and said vaguely, "No matter what important things you have to do now, it's not as important as what we have to do. Your Majesty, it's been such a long time. Don't you miss me serving you? How can we delay such an important matter? It's harmonious now. I'll definitely be reported if I continue to write. Besides, I'm a pure man. I won't write that. So, humph, I'll omit 7 million words in addition. I recommend a new work. The book number is Great Immortal Tomb, 314-4241. Brothers who like to read counterattack plots can read it. If you feel that it's not good, you can curse it to death. If you feel that it's good, haha, it means that my eyesight is good. Chapter 2471. Tai Butian snorted. Her slender hand had already pinched the tender part of Chu Yang's waist. However, she was immediately countered by Chu Yang using the same method. She could only hear Minister Chu mumbling something in his mouth. During this period of time, I've been stifled to death. Tai Butian started to tremble all over. She couldn't control herself. During this period of time, Chu Yang had been really stifled. He was obviously guarding two heavenly beauties, Zi Xieching and Mo Qingguo, but he could only look but not touch them. The result of being able to look but not touch them was that the more he looked, the stronger the fire in him became. The more the fire burned, the more he had to stifle it. And so on every time he wanted to make a move, he would be jointly resisted by the two ladies. Helpless, Minister Chu could only turn his desire into motivation to practice martial arts, practicing martial arts in cold water, forcefully suppressing a certain fire. During this period of time, his cultivation had once again advanced by leaps and bounds. However, the impulse that belonged to a man was getting stronger and stronger. A certain fire was only being suppressed, but it had never been vented. At this moment, he finally saw Wu Qianshan and Tai Butian, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Finally, he had a chance to vent. That impulse had reached its peak in an instant and could no longer be suppressed. This was actually the relationship between a man and a woman. If they didn't have a substantial relationship, although they would be affectionate after a long separation, they would never go so far as to have sex and fight at close quarters. No matter what, they should have a heart-to-heart talk, a meal, and reminisce about their parting before doing something else. But now, when Chu Yang came back, it was only noon, but in the blink of an eye, the moon was already in the sky, in Wu Qianshan's bedroom. That intense storm had just come to an end, after doing that to his heart's content. Chu Yang lay comfortably on the bed in a state of sleep. Beside him were two people in the same state. Panting heavily, the two women were as soft as two puddles of fragrant mud. At this moment, Wu Qianshan and Tai Butian were so weak that they didn't even want to move their little fingers. They didn't even have the strength to speak. Chu Yang sighed with great satisfaction. It had been more than a year. It was really not easy. Finally, he was full for once today. Only then did he begin to talk about everything that had happened when he left. Wu Qianshan and Tai Butian listened with sleepy eyes. But they only listened. They really didn't have any strength. She waited until she heard that Chu Yang had returned to the heavenly layer continent. After recounting the story for nearly an hour, the two women finally recovered some of their strength. At the same time, they proposed to follow him back. Tai Butian hadn't seen her son for a long time, and Wu Qianshan had an old father in the lower three heavens. They all had their own concerns in their hearts. At this moment, they actually had the opportunity to go back and take a look. How could he miss it? Chu Yang repeatedly agreed. However, you want to go back? It's not a big deal. As long as you make me thoroughly comfortable today, anything can be discussed. Chu Yang snorted and stated his conditions. This condition made Tai Butian and Wu Qianshan feel a wave of helplessness. They really couldn't take it anymore. Sometimes a person's strength was limited. Don't tell me you're still not comfortable enough. The two girls thought angrily. She thought of this beast's powerful physical strength and his burgeoning desire. The two women's hearts were beating like drums. It was too difficult to satisfy this beast's appetite with just the two of them. How is this a beast? He was worse than a beast. Thinking of this, the two were a little angry. Mo Qingguo and Zi Xieching, these two excellent reserves. Why haven't they been taken down after so long? No matter what, I have to quickly drag them down. Otherwise, I really can't handle it. Just as they were thinking, they realized that Chu Yang had already turned over and got up. His two hands were moving mischievously again. The two women instantly exclaimed and wanted to escape. But how could Chu Yang allow the delicious meat in his mouth to fly away? He hugged them forcefully and immediately turned over. The two women begged for mercy. How could Chu Yang allow it? That night, spring came again and again. Minister Chu showed off his power and thoroughly enjoyed himself for once. The next day, Chu Yang was in high spirits and complacent. His face was flushed red as he paced back and forth in the courtyard. It was obvious that he was in a very, very good mood. Mo Qinggu and Zi Xieching rolled their eyes and ignored him. This bad guy, he must have done something bad last night. And it must have been a lot of bad things. It wasn't until nighttime when Chu Yang had finished dealing with the backlog of things in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion that he finally had some free time. And at this time, Tai Butian and Wu Qianshan had just woken up. Last night, they had been tormented by a beast for a whole night. They had really been hovering between life and death many times. Now that they saw Chu Yang again, they actually had some lingering fear, especially when they saw the perverted look in his eyes. Tai Butian's face turned pale and fear overtook her. This animal is worse than a beast. He's too hard to deal with. It's hard to match him. Speaking of returning to the heavenly continent, Zi Xieching took the initiative to bring it up. I won't go this time. I want to stay here and look after the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. She smiled faintly and said, There has to be someone here to keep watch. Besides, the training here is directly related to the revival of the purple cloud heavens. It's most appropriate for me to stay here. Once Zi Xieching said this, everyone couldn't persuade her anymore. Firstly, Zi Xieching indeed didn't have any old friends in the heavenly continent. Secondly, there was indeed a need for someone to stay here. If Zi Xieching stayed, not only could she replace Tai Butian and Wu Qianshan, but she could also represent Chu Yang to the greatest extent. Thirdly, Zi Xieching had something that even Tai Butian and Wu Qianshan couldn't compare to. She was originally from the demon clan and had an extremely close relationship with the upper echelons of the demon clan. Tai Butian was very grateful. She held Zi Xieching's hand and almost choked. Big Sister Zi, thank you. Zi Xieching did this, mostly for Tai Butian and Wu Qianshan. This was something that everyone could guess. Who didn't want to go home with Chu Yang? Speaking of which, Zi Xieching also had many complexes in the heavenly continent. Not to mention others, Mo Qinggu, Tai Butian, and Wu Qianshan had all married into the Chu clan. As Chu Yang's future wife, how could they not want to marry into the Chu clan? Although Zi Xieching was cold by nature, she was still a woman after all. This kind of complex was unavoidable. But eventually, someone would have to stay behind. If no one spoke up, it would be awkward. So at this time, Zi Xieching took the initiative to suggest staying behind. Zi Xieching smiled and held Tai Butian's hand. Silly, isn't it the same no matter who stays behind? She turned around and walked out. She said, I'll go over and familiarize myself with the work. You guys discuss the itinerary later. We'll do the handover later. Wu Qianshan and Tai Butian got up at the same time. Let's go together. We'll start the handover now. In the blink of an eye, there was no one left. Only Chu Yang and Mo Qinggu were left looking at each other. What was the situation now? They had only just started discussing. Why was there no one left? But it seemed that the discussion had already been completed. In just 3 days, Zi Xieching, Tai Butian, and Wu Qianshan had completed all the handover matters. With Zi Xieching's intelligence and wisdom, it was naturally easy for her to deal with these matters. Moreover, with Meng Wuya, Chrysanthemum Saber King, and Li Guanyu's assistance, Zi Xieching had basically straightened out her work ideas in these 3 days. And Chu Yang and the others began to pack their bags and prepare to set off. Tai Butian and the other 2 girls began an unprecedented shopping spree to purchase the specialties of the Heaven Imperial Court. There were gifts for her father-in-law, her mother-in-law, her family, and her son, especially for her son. She bought a huge pile of toys and good food. Saying that it was piled up into a small mountain was the most conservative way of saying it. Chu Yang's eyebrows twitched. How monstrous was that son of his? Chu Yang had long known in his heart. If that little rascal were to give him divine weapons or heavenly treasures, that little rascal might still raise his eyelids. As for toys and good food, that little rascal probably wouldn't even raise his eyelids. There wouldn't even be a perfunctory plot. As he thought about it, Chu Yang felt his palm itching again. He thought to himself, if this little rascal really dares to show that he doesn't want it, then I'll make his ass bleed. I'll let that little rascal know what his father's authority and dignity are. It was really hard to describe the scale of the purchase this time. In any case, in terms of quantity, it only filled a few space rings. Tai Butian, Wu Qianshan, and Mo Qingguo felt that it was about enough. After that, it was just simple shopping. As for the other participant, Chu Yang was so tired that his legs were almost broken. A certain king of hell couldn't help but look up and sigh. Shopping with women is definitely the world's best torture for men. From the way they bought things, one could roughly see the differences between the three women. Tai Butian still had some of a man's forthright character. She was generous and classy. Whenever she took a fancy to something, she would buy it with a wave of her hand and directly put it into the space ring. At most, she would just walk around a little more. Mo Qingguo, on the other hand, didn't buy anything after she took a fancy to it. She went to the three shops to compare before buying. Although there were some twists and turns, it could be considered clean and straightforward. Only Wu Qianshan, this great aunt, made Chu Yang directly address her as great aunt. This girl's way of doing things could be said to be extremely unconventional. She probably took a fancy to something, but didn't buy it first. Then, she continued shopping. After shopping for a round, she went back to the first shop she took a fancy to buy it. Then, she continued shopping, looked for a new target, continued shopping, and went back to buy it. Chu Yang was in so much pain that he wanted to die. What kind of strong physical body of a saint was it? It seemed to be useless here. Grandma, please spare me. Minister Chu's face was full of tears. Poor me, my legs are almost broken. To think that I, Tribulation Sword Master Chu Yang, didn't feel the slightest bit of hardship when I traversed 1,000,000 miles. Accompanying you shopping really makes me unable to bear the burden. Please have mercy. I will remember your kindness for a lifetime. Wu Qianshan snorted and rolled her eyes. She didn't say anything else and continued shopping. In the past, when she saw other women taking their husbands shopping, how satisfied they were, how envious and jealous she was. Now that she finally had the rare opportunity to shop with her man, how could she not shop but shop until she was satisfied? Chapter 2472. Wu Qianshan gritted her teeth. What good was it for a certain someone to remember her? Would he dare to forget her if he continued to shop with her like this? How dare he continue shopping, disregarding everything else? Just the compliments from the various shops were very pleasing to the ears. Ah, this lady is simply a fairy transformed into a human. Little brother, you are truly blessed to be able to gain the favor of such a beauty. How many lifetimes have you cultivated for this? These words were so pleasant to hear. In the end, Chu Yang simply sat down in front of a shop and refused to move even a single step, no matter what. A certain empress finally showed great mercy and ended this grand shopping event with imperial grace. Finally, on this day, Chu Yang, Wu Qianshan, Mo Qingguo, and Tai Butian bade farewell to Zi Xieching, carrying 10 space rings filled with gifts from the Tang clan's third young master, plus 7 or 8 space rings local specialties that they had purchased. They left for Eastern Royal Heavens. Until the day of departure, Chu Yang finally heaved a sigh of relief as if he had been granted amnesty. Torture. Absolutely the ultimate torture. No other. Minister Chu swore that in the future, he would never fucking shop with women again. Until now, his thighs were still sore. With his muscular strength, his thighs were still sore. This was really a little fucking unbelievable. And Minister Chu's foot odor had completely spread after these 3 days of shopping, At night, when he took off his shoes, Wu Qianqian and Tai Batian immediately covered their noses and ran out. This was too much of a killjoy. Chu Yang was speechless about this. He looked at his own feet. Taking a deep breath, he muttered, "What's wrong with you? I'm already a high-level saint. How many times have I been reborn? I've been cleansed, and you still fucking stink? This is too unreasonable, isn't it? Is there any justice in this?" Calamity soared. A guy rolled his eyes and muttered, "Why is there no justice in this? It's simply too much justice. When the time comes when your feet really don't stink, you can almost fight with that mystery guy. Isn't it good that your feet are smelly? This is simply too good." Muttering like this, he went back to sleep. However, Chu Yang definitely didn't know what he was muttering. Even if he knew, there was no one to reason with. Chu Yang had no choice but to go out and wash his feet. Otherwise, even he would not be able to bear the smell. First, he used the heavenly tribulation divine technique to wash his feet from the inside out. Then he smelled them and found that they still had a smell. So he quietly took out a ladle of spring of life and poured it on his feet. Washing his feet with the spring of life, there had never been such a person before. If anyone saw the truth, he would definitely beat him to death, even if it was a reckless waste of resources. But there was no such way to waste it. This person was truly shameless and had no bottom line. However, the spring of life was indeed a peerless spiritual spring, and its effects were truly extraordinary. No matter how much he washed his feet, he couldn't get rid of the smell. But now his feet were fragrant. Wu Qianqian and Tai Butian walked in, and saw Minister Chu holding his feet and smelling them. For a moment, the two women were dumbfounded and speechless for a long time. This guy seems to be too talented. The scenery along the way was beautiful and gentle. Chu Yang and the three beauties floated away from the demon emperor sky. They set off for the next stop, East Royal Heaven. Tan Tan and his wife, Xia Danfeng, who were previously used as an excuse by Mo Qinggu and Zi Xieching, had actually gone somewhere after they were separated from the demon emperor heaven. They didn't even return to the demon emperor heaven's base camp. But Chu Yang wasn't worried about the whereabouts of these two people at all. It could be said that there were very few people in the current world who could defeat Tan Tan in a head-on manner, except for Di Ho. If they were to talk about dishonest practices, there was probably no one more dishonest than Tan Tan in this world. Once someone took the initiative to provoke Tan Tan, there was basically only one outcome. Wait to cry if there was a chance to cry. As for Brother Hu and the divine spirit of the calamity, they were left behind by Chu Yang to protect Zi Xieching. Moreover, Brother Hu hadn't fully recovered yet. Staying in a place like the Heaven Imperial Court, where spiritual energy was abundant, would be more conducive to recovery and breakthrough. The divine spirit of the calamity stayed in Luohua City and continued to think of ways to absorb the deathly aura of living creatures. In terms of deathly aura of living creatures, other than purple cloud heavens, Luohua City seemed to be the most suitable place for the divine spirit of the calamity. All the way across the sea, Chu Yang and the others went straight to East Imperial City. Chu Yang and the others were running at full speed along the way. They didn't encounter any obstacles or disturbances along the way. Their journey was smooth sailing. A certain someone who had nothing to do would flirt with the three beauties, and would often provoke the three beauties to chase after him. So their speed didn't decrease, but instead increased a little bit. And along the way, because Chu Yang deliberately stood on the opposite side of the three beauties, the intimacy between the three beauties also improved by leaps and bounds. In any case, it was very good. East Imperial City is in front. Chu Yang pointed to the front, where there was a place where rays of light lingered. "It's so beautiful." The three beauties couldn't help but exclaim, "Shuel Leihan really knows how to enjoy life." Chu Yang pursed his lips and suddenly had an idea. "Guess, is Xueqi here?" "Definitely not." Mo Qingwu's face was full of certainty. Why? Wu Qianqian and Tai Batian didn't understand. Although they hadn't seen the clown with their own eyes, They had heard of him far and wide and remembered him in their hearts. If I were Xue Leihan, it would be better to chase a good brother like Xue Qi far away. Otherwise, sooner or later, I would be angered to death. And Mo Qingguo couldn't help but laugh. Ha! Chu Yang felt that Mo Qingguo's words were really true. Great minds think alike. When we reach, let's eat something first before looking for Xue Leihan. Mo Qingguo said excitedly, last time, I heard that the biggest restaurant in East Imperial Sky is located in East Imperial City, and it's called East Heaven's #1 restaurant. It's said to be very delicious. All right, let's eat first. Let's reward you 3 female foodies. Chu Yang agreed. However, the words female foodie once again caused the 3 girls to pout coquettishly and chase after him. Chu Yang laughed heartily as he fled in panic. They arrived at East Imperial City quickly. At the city gate, after the 4 of them passed the identity verification, the 4 of them walked into East Imperial City with the crowd. After asking a few people, Chu Yang finally knew where the so-called East Heaven's #1 restaurant was. So the 4 of them rushed over excitedly. Satisfying their appetite was the most important thing now. Everything else was temporarily put aside. When they reached the front, they took a look. Even Chu Yang was a little surprised. This is really fucking worthy of that domineering name. East Heaven's #1 restaurant. It lives up to its name. Seeing it in person is even better than hearing about it. The restaurant was dazzling. Just the front hall alone was no less than a few acres of land. The entire restaurant probably occupied no less than 100 acres of land. That was not all. The most surprising thing was that this restaurant actually had dozens of floors. It was really towering into the clouds. This restaurant could accommodate 100,000 people for a meal at once. It was still more than enough. It didn't look cramped at all. Such a grand scale really made Chu Yang and the other 3 feel that it was an eye-opener. It was not much better than the legends of country bumpkins entering the city. Such an exaggerated restaurant. If it was in the lower 3 heavens, it would definitely be a loss. Tai Batian gave a positive evaluation. But it's different here. It's completely different. Chu Yang said lightly, I heard that we eat here. We all pay in purple cloud coins. Wu Qianqian and Tai Batian were a little speechless. It wasn't a problem for them to pay with violet cloud coins, but it was a different story when it came to the value of violet cloud coins. Because a single violet cloud coin was equivalent to 100 million Shuiyan coins. What Chu Yang said was tantamount to saying 100 million Shuiyan coins was probably not enough for a meal. It can't be. Where are so many rich people? Tai Batian was a little puzzled and in disbelief. This is not a joke. It's true. As the capital city of the Eastern Royal Heavens, there are still many rich people here. Chu Yang said, the purpose of eating here is not necessarily to fill one's stomach. What's important is the noodles, the atmosphere, the environment, and the status. Come. Your husband will also bring you to eat a good meal today as a reward. We have been nouveau riche for many years, but it's always hard to get a chance to be extravagant. Now that we finally have the chance, let's hurry up. Chu Yang's strange appearance made the 3 women cover their mouths and laugh. At the same time, they scolded coquettishly, stupid face. Which one of the 3 women wasn't a national beauty? Which one of them wasn't a peerless beauty? When they laughed at the same time, it was like 100 flowers blooming in front of the #1 pavilion of the Eastern Heavens at the same time. It was really beautiful beyond compare. Devastatingly beautiful. Capable of toppling countries and cities. Capable of toppling heaven and earth. Everyone who passed by and saw this scene, without exception, were all dumbfounded. Although those who came to the #1 pavilion of the Eastern Heavens to eat were those who had money, status, and class, and the beauties they brought could also be counted as 1 in 1,000, beauties like Mo Qingwu and Tai Batian had really never appeared before. Now, Big Brother Chu Yang walked into the restaurant alone with 3 great beauties. He immediately attracted a lot of hatred. Who is this bastard? Why is he so unpleasant to the eye? It's just, look at this smug look. I really want to beat him up. No, I want to beat him up every time I see him. He actually dares to be so arrogant in the number 1 pavilion of the eastern heavens. So arrogant, has he never been beaten before? Look at this bumpkin's virtue. If this guy can't pay the bill later, we'll have a chance. A heaven-sent opportunity. It's hard to say. To be able to bring 3 great beauties to eat. I reckon he can't pay the bill. There were whispers all around. There were all kinds of things being said. Chu Yang coughed twice. With an incomparable feeling of vanity, he held Mo Qingwu in his left hand, Tai Batian in his right hand, and Wu Qian in his arms. Gorgeously dressed, he walked into the hall with an extremely smug look. I also want to be smug like this. Chapter 2473. The sound of hearts shattering could be heard all around, accompanied by the sound of spitting out blood. Fuck, I'm gonna spit out blood. This guy is too good at showing off. Isn't he too good at acting? I'm also going to spit out blood. He's not a fucking human. He's a beast. No, he's worse than a beast. I also want to be a beast for once. Hoo. Waiter, where are you? Give me a private room. I don't want to be in the hall. Nouveau riche Chu came to the front desk and said arrogantly, you're joking. Our first inn of the eastern sky only has private rooms. We don't have that kind of noisy hall. The beautiful receptionist smiled gently. May I ask which room you'd like to book? They were all private rooms. There wasn't a noisy hall. Chu Yang immediately became embarrassed. Very, very embarrassed. He rubbed his nose, a little embarrassed. Ha. Mo Qingwu saw someone embarrassed and couldn't help but laugh. This receptionist clearly saw that Minister Chu was too extravagant and too bumpkin, so she deliberately stabbed him with a soft knife. Moneybags Chu had no choice but to suffer in silence. He couldn't be angry with a receptionist, right? What are the prices? Moneybags Chu finally exposed his country bumpkin side. Country bumpkins still cared about money. The receptionist introduced the rooms. She was obviously used to it and often greeted country bumpkins who came here to see the world. Okay, I'll take the Sky Room 1. Chu Yang waved his hand. I have money. I don't need the best. Just give me the most expensive one. Quickly lead the way. Hearing this, everyone was a little speechless. The Sky Room 1 cost at least 1,000 purple cloud coins for a meal. That wasn't something that could be bought with money alone, especially when Chu Yang said that it was best not to use it. Directly giving the most expensive one, the cost of this meal would be very, very shocking. Moreover, even if you had money, you might not be able to get in. The receptionist couldn't help but look embarrassed. She walked to the side and asked for instructions. Then she smiled and walked over. Sir, please. Please turn left this way. Chu Yang clearly noticed that a young man in embroidered clothes who was standing by the railing upstairs with his hands behind his back seemed to make a gesture. He couldn't help but be moved. This guy didn't look like someone from the restaurant. The aura of nobility he exuded, and the entourage by his side, all of these proved that he was no ordinary man. But why would he testify for him? Minister Chu only wanted to show off, that's all. So he wasn't even allowed to enter? All right then. I asked Shuel Leihan to bring me in. He would have a lot of face in front of his 3 daughters-in-law. As for what Shuel Leihan thought, that was his business. Anyway, since his own brother wanted to show off, he had to let him do it no matter what, right? It was rare for him to want to mess around. Furthermore, it was in the eastern royal heavens. He was really giving Shuel Leihan face, giving him such a chance to cooperate and act cool. In the end, even without Shuel Leihan's intervention, the matter was resolved just like that. He didn't want to think too much about it. It was fine as long as he could get in. At most, he would stop acting tough, all right? Under everyone's envious gazes, Tycoon Chu strode forward with standard steps, amidst the contemptuous laughter of Mo Qingwu and the other 2 girls. This guy is definitely going to be miserable. someone who was experienced and knowledgeable sighed. Young Master Bai just happens to be upstairs. It's really too coincidental. Everyone sighed. I was saying that even if he really had money, he wouldn't be able to enter the first room. Why did this guy go in just like that? So it's young Master Bai, another person said. But why did young Master Bai help him? This question really has some deep meaning. Young Master Bai is known as the #1 flower saint. What a pity for those 3 beautiful girls, sigh. I think that's the reason too. Who would have thought that this fellow would so rashly and unknowingly go up against the 3rd person of our Eastern Royal Heavens, 3 princes? This fellow is really unlucky. Another person said, it was unknown if he was rejoicing in the other party's misfortune or if he was gloating. Yes, going up against the latest generation leader of General Bai's family, who is currently being doted on. It's indeed a little bad. Young Master Bai. He was the direct descendant of General Bai, one of the 2 most powerful people in the Eastern Royal Heavens. Great General Bai and Great General Lan had always been on par with each other in the military. They kept each other in check. Secretly, the situation was also turbulent. No one was willing to submit to the other. These years, the Bai clan had risen with the rise of General Bai. It could be said that it was one of the few great clans in the Eastern Royal Heavens. Together with Prime Minister Gui's clan and General Lan's clan, they were known as the 3 great clans of the Eastern Royal Heavens. Gui clan, Lan clan, and Bai clan. The 3 princes referred to the 3 descendants of these 3 great clans. As for the descendants of the Eastern Royal Heavens, because of their respected status, they were not included in this list. The 3 of them were all rising stars. Moreover, they were young and full of vigor. Their cultivation and strategies were not ordinary. They were all outstanding talents. They faintly had the demeanor of the rising generation of the Eastern Royal Heavens. As for liking women, yes, this was indeed a shortcoming. But since ancient times, beauties loved heroes and heroes loved beauties too. The flaws couldn't obscure the beauty of the jade. It was really not strange for young people to have such a hobby at this moment. Young Master Bai's face revealed a thought-provoking expression. He looked at the 4 people who were walking into the first room with a graceful bearing. His eyes were filled with eagerness. Even with his status, he had never seen such a level of beauty before. It seemed that today was destined to not be a waste of time. Since he had encountered them, he definitely couldn't miss it. No matter what methods or tricks I use, I must get these 3 women. I must get all of them. No matter the cost, no matter the consequences. Young Master, these 3 little ladies. Beside him, a white-clothed soldier revealed a meaningful smile. Yes, not bad, really not bad. Young Master Bai smiled and nodded, giving his evaluation. I understand. This white-clothed soldier understood tacitly. Go ahead. Child Bai smiled with satisfaction. With such a smart and knowledgeable subordinate by his side, there were indeed many things that he didn't need to worry about. Yes, just when Chu Yang had just walked into the Eastern Royal Heavens, the news about his registration had already been spread. This news was immediately transmitted to the city guard's manor. Then, what no one knew was, Chu Yang's news was immediately extracted and sent to the Prime Minister Manor and General Lan's Manor, and the Imperial City. These were 3 special channels. One belonged to the royal family, one belonged to the Prime Minister himself, and the last one belonged to General Lan. Of course, there was another secret channel that led to the Bai clan, but the Bai clan didn't know who Chu Yang was, after all, Chu Yang's identity. And it was highly confidential. Not everyone was qualified to know the information of this calamity, Sword Master. He's finally here, finally here. The Prime Minister seemed to be looking at this information with blurred eyes. He smiled softly and murmured. He went directly to the eastern sky, first pavilion. It seems this is to give us a chance to react. And such a high attitude. With 3 beauties? Well, is he trying to show off? To show off in front of the beauties? This Chu Yang is really. He immediately stood up. Get ready, I'm going to see His Majesty. See if I need to cooperate. Should I cooperate? Or His Majesty cooperate, personally? On the other side, when General Lan received this news, he jumped up as if his boat was on fire. Get dressed immediately. I'm going to the palace to see His Majesty. General Lan was very anxious and didn't lose his pretense at all. Last time, he almost messed things up. This time, he couldn't make any mistakes. Once Prime Minister Gue and General Lan moved, it was like a tiger and a dragon. The higher-ups of the Eastern Royal Heavens were here. It was already a full-scale shock. Everyone was guessing what had happened. These two big shots actually went to see His Majesty Eastern Emperor at the first moment, but no one below knew. The news about Chu Yang had already been blocked at the first moment. Otherwise, many things wouldn't have happened today. Chu Yang's awkwardness was probably not over yet. He pretended to walk into the target's room and began to order, adhering to the characteristics of being rich and imposing. Chu Yang acted like a nouveau riche and ordered all the signature dishes of this pavilion. Not long after, the dishes began to be served one after another. Chu Yang greeted them and immediately began to eat. Mo Qinggu cheered and didn't want to fall behind. For a moment, the room was full of laughter and toasts. Tai Butian and Wu Qianshan weren't extravagant people. But today was a special day where they could finally relax, so they let Chu Yang do as he pleased. Besides, they also wanted to experience the legendary top-notch food in the Heaven Imperial Court and see if it was really worthy of its reputation. After all, they had been too repressed during this period of time. It was rare to have such a relaxing moment, and they didn't have to worry about anything. The couple went back to their old home, the Heaven Imperial Court, with the mentality of going sightseeing. Once in a while, they felt that it was very interesting and very comfortable. This was also the first time that they saw Chu Yang so happy and relaxed after knowing him for so long. The four of them were eating when they heard someone knocking on the door. A feminine voice said, "May I come in?" Chu Yang and the other three were startled. There were acquaintances here, although there were indeed acquaintances in the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms. There were at most 3 of them. Other than Shui Leihan and Yen Russian, there was also Yen Russian. However, this voice clearly didn't belong to any of them. Who was it? Just as Chu Yang was about to speak, the door unexpectedly opened by itself. The person outside didn't even wait for Chu Yang to say whether he agreed or not. He opened the door automatically and walked in. The person who came in was a middle-aged man. He looked refined and elegant. However, that pair of slender eyes made people feel uncomfortable just by looking at them. It ruined the overall image. "You are." Chu Yang frowned. He was already a little unhappy. Chapter 2474. Chu Yang was infuriated. "Do you think it's easy for me to bring my wife out to relax? To think that someone I don't know would come and disturb us? Could this fellow be someone sent by Shui Leihan? Why is he so unobservant? I'll have to have a good chat with that old and young one later. On second thought, someone sent by Shui Leihan shouldn't be so insensible, right? But if this person wasn't sent by the East Emperor, then who is this person? What was his motive?" "Sir." The young man smiled reservedly and said in a condescending tone, "Please allow me to introduce myself. I am an advisor of young Master Bai's mansion. I have come here to discuss some matters with you. I wonder if it is convenient for you to do so?" "Young Master Bai? Who is he?" Chu Yang frowned. "I don't know him. It's inconvenient. Please go ahead." Chu Yang was already giving him a lot of face. He even used the word please. Wasn't that giving him a lot of face and giving him a way out? But when the young man heard that, he was filled with displeasure. Anger immediately appeared on his face. How dare he say that he hasn't heard of young Master Bai in the East Royal Heavens? Are you an idiot? At the very least, you're a complete country bumpkin. You're the kind that hasn't seen the world at all. Forcefully suppressing his anger, he said with a sinister smile, "Our young master Bai is the direct descendant of great General Bai. Well, you should know what I'm saying, right?" "I still don't know." Chu Yang frowned, also suppressing his anger. "What does it have to do with me, who he is? Just tell me what you're here for." "Well, you're also a tactful person." The young man glanced at Mo Chinguo, Tai Batian, and the other two. With a smile, he said, "Then I'll make it clearer. The main thing is that young master Bai wants to get to know you. Well, these three women. Her. He smiled. "Sir, this is a great fortune that has fallen from the heavens and is waiting for you." As he spoke, a meaningful and self-evident tone flowed out spontaneously. "Oh, Chu Yang was stunned. Then he shook his head, feeling both angry and amused. He really didn't expect that he would encounter such a melodramatic thing. Snatching women? Tyrannical? Moreover, they were even trying to take advantage of him. This is really funny. Should he play along or should he play along? She's really a femme fatale. Chu Yang shook his head. Then he looked at Mo Qingwu with a bitter expression on his face. "You guys tell me. What should we do?" Mo Qingwu pretended to lose all color in her face. Then she said in distress, "Husband, you have to protect us. You mustn't abandon us. You mustn't be a despicable villain who forgets righteousness at the sight of profit. I don't want you to be a heartless and unscrupulous person again. I can't afford to be hurt." Chu Yang was speechless. What was this girl talking about? Again, become a despicable person who forgets righteousness at the sight of profit? Again, cruel and unscrupulous for once? What does again mean? It seems like I'm already heartless, despicable, shameless, and ungrateful. Too much? Isn't this too awkward? Stop messing around, or else I'll lose my little sweetheart. Instantly his face darkened. He said to the young man in a deep voice, "Get out." Minister Chu was already very unhappy in his heart. This guy actually reminded Mo Qingwu of how heartless and unscrupulous I was in my previous life. I've already tried my best to make up for it, however. When did I forget righteousness at the sight of profit? Am I very despicable? How am I a villain? You want to open a dye house just because I gave you some color? Refusing a toast. It won't feel good to drink a forfeit. The young man's face was calm. Ha. Husband, there are some things that you can't do, and some people that you can't provoke. Husband, you'd better think about it carefully. It's not the first time anyway. Think about it. Fuck off. How is it not the first time? What are you thinking about? Ha. Chu Yang laughed strangely and shook his head. Qin Wentian shook his head and sighed. Originally, when I came to the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms, I was very happy in my heart. From the start, I never thought of killing anyone. This is especially so when the person I want to kill is the direct descendant of a high-ranking official of the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms. However, why must you all force me to kill someone? I can tell that you all have already done your best. As he spoke, a surge of murderous aura appeared. The young man opposite him thought that Chu Yang was just a nouveau riche from a nouveau riche clan. He didn't even have the slightest bit of cultivation on him. Who would have thought that the murderous aura would suddenly surge towards him? At this moment, it was as if thousands of ghosts had appeared in front of the young man's eyes. Blood formed a sea. Bones piled up like mountains, and ghostly cries rang out. It was like a boundless hell. Although this young man had some cultivation, it was very limited. Facing such a scene, he was shocked to death. He screamed subconsciously and turned around in a panic. As he ran, he screamed, "Ghosts!" His voice was very shrill. Chu Yang's divine sense had already locked onto this guy. He wanted to see where he was running to. How dare he covet my woman? Not only this person, but also the people behind him. I can't let any of them off. This sword master wants to see who has the guts to do so. Even Shuai Leihan didn't dare to do such a thing. To think that there was someone in the eastern royal heavens who dared to do such a thing, so openly. I must definitely meet such a weirdo. Chu Yang didn't have to wait for long. Soon his wish came true, because a voice suddenly rang out. Useless trash. Then, from the opposite room, a white-clothed youth had already stood up and walked over. This person had a handsome face and a tall and straight figure. He had the demeanor of an elegant duke. His body naturally lingered with a kind of arrogant and commanding aura. It seemed that he had a great background. Just by reaching out his hand, he stopped the young man from running away in panic. The corners of his mouth were still curled up in a mocking smile. Looking at Chu Yang, he said, "I couldn't tell that you were actually a martial artist. You're hiding your strength everywhere. It's just that to play with my subordinates so wantonly, I'm afraid it's a little unreasonable, right?" He smiled lightly and said nonchalantly, "Isn't there a saying that one has to look at the owner before beating a dog?" Chu Yang sighed and said lightly, "You're the young master by?" The owner of this white dog? Opposite him, the young man in white's eyes sharpened. He said lightly, "Why? Do you have a problem with this?" Chu Yang only felt an unknown fire in his stomach. The cultivation of the young man in white in front of him wasn't very good, but he was very arrogant. Those who didn't know would think that he was the son of Dong Huang. When he was about to teach him a lesson, he saw that there were already a few people flying out. They flew in front of that young master by, and it didn't seem to be over yet. There were also people coming out from other rooms to watch. When they saw that it was young master by here, they instantly understood. One by one they clamored. Who dares to make young master by angry? Quickly kneel down and beg for mercy. I begged young master by to be merciful and spare my life. That's right. Who ate the heart of a leopard to be so daring? Young master, what should we do? An accompanying expert asked. First, don't disturb the beauty. Don't pay attention to anything else. That young master by instructed lightly. It seemed that the meaning behind his words was, as long as you don't touch the woman, you can do whatever you want with this man. You can do whatever you want with him. It doesn't matter what you do with him. It seemed that it wasn't just Chu Yang who was impatient. Even this young master by was obviously impatient. When those experts received the order, they shouted and pounced forward at the same time. In this number 1 pavilion of the eastern heavens, they actually attacked so openly. Take your time to eat. Don't bother with these annoying things, lest it spoils the mood. Chu Yang stood up with a cold face. This time, Chu Yang was obviously really angry. He had lived 2 lives and seemed to have a lot of experience, but he really didn't see such an ignorant person. He didn't expect that when his family came to the eastern heavens excitedly and thought that they had reached home, they would actually encounter such a strange existence. If it was in other worlds, it would be fine if he encountered such a thing. Although he would also kill, he wouldn't be so angry. But this eastern heavens was Shuel Leihan's territory. Looks like I have to help Dong Huang tidy up this eastern heavens. Chu Yang's face was dark, and he was obviously somewhat angry. If he doesn't want to do it anymore, he might as well change someone else to be Dong Huang. This sentence didn't seem to be said casually. Now, Chu Yang calculated that there were still 8 of his brothers. Except for Xie Danqiong, who occupied Moyen Heaven, and Gu Duxing, who occupied Extreme Heaven. He originally didn't intend to touch the Eastern Heavens and Demon Emperor Heaven, and Zishao Heaven was Zi Xieqing's. In that case, he was just short of 1 day to let each of his brothers have one. If he could drag Shuel Leihan down, wouldn't it be just right? Take down this madman who dares to blaspheme His Majesty Dong Huang. Anyone who dares to resist, kill without mercy. Just as they were worried that they didn't have a reason, Chu Yang's sentence gave them a reason to attack. In an instant, everyone's spirits were lifted. Their attacks were even sharper and more merciless. But the next moment, the weather suddenly changed, and everything changed beyond recognition. Under Chu Yang's glare, abundant murderous aura surged out without warning, and instantly locked down the entire number 1 pavilion of the eastern heavens. Everyone in the number 1 pavilion of the eastern heavens, without exception, all felt this shocking, murderous aura. The two dukes, who were drinking in a private room opposite originally, didn't care about what was happening outside. But now, they suddenly felt their hair stand on end. Suddenly, they couldn't move at all. What's going on? The young man in green turned pale with fright. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen pigs walk. To have such an aura, he should be at least a high-level saint, or even higher. Why would such a person suddenly go crazy in the number 1 pavilion of the eastern heavens? To be continued. P.S. Very sad, I'll hurry up and cook. I had beef jerky this afternoon, and I bit my cheek. My mouth was full of blood, extremely miserable and painful. My wife asked me what happened in a panic. I spat out a mouthful of blood and then said weakly, I spat out blood. I can't take it anymore. My wife was frightened on the spot. She immediately called 120 and then wanted to carry me to the hospital. Cough, cough, no choice, I bit my cheek when I confessed. Then my wife flew into a rage, slammed the door and left. I hurriedly called my friends to help, called my wife and said, my brothers suddenly said they wanted to come to our house to drink. Then I tricked them into coming back, and the price was that I'll cook all the dishes for this meal. Today I want to be a house husband. Chapter 2475. On the opposite side, the young man in white smiled faintly. Using his martial arts to resist the murderous aura, he said, it should be by Lang, that fellow who provoked a tough opponent. Just now I heard him shouting outside. Go out and take a look. The young man in green frowned. I can't go out. The young man in white smiled bitterly. The murderous aura of a saint has sealed the entire building. I can't move at all. Below a high-level saint, as long as I move, I will be killed by the murderous aura. I can't interfere anymore. This fellow always targeting women. It's time for him to be taught a lesson. This time he provoked a tough opponent. However, with great General Bai's strength, he should be able to protect him. The young man in green said, as long as he's not killed on the spot and it's only a high-level saint, for the sake of great General Bai and Eastern Royal Heaven, anyone will have to consider. That depends on who he provoked. The young man in white smiled bitterly. In this world, as long as you don't provoke that person, it should be fine. You have to know that as long as that person is angry, he even dares to kill the son of Heavenly Emperor Inkcloud. Moreover, the entire Inkcloud sky will change dynasties. It can't be so coincidental. The young man in green smiled faintly. Although I also wish that by Lang dies earlier. The two looked at each other and smiled. The outside couldn't interfere anymore. The two couldn't move either. Even the guards couldn't move at all. They could only listen to the movements outside. The more they listened, the weirder their expressions became. Two loud pa-pa sounds were heard, and the two people who had rushed forward were sent flying backwards. Chu Yang's two palms had directly broken their necks, and they hung down softly. Not only had their necks been broken, but even their divine souls had been shattered by Chu Yang's palms. Not only had they died in an instant, but their divine souls had also been destroyed and their souls scattered. The entire space of Eastern Sky's first pavilion seemed to have changed from a warm spring to a cold winter. Under Chu Yang's unrestrained, murderous aura, an endless illusion seemed to appear in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone seemed to see a scene of hell coming towards them at the same time, as if in front of them was a boundless sea of blood, white bones, rain of blood, and so on. And in this scene of hell, a young man in black slowly walked out, as if an ancient demon king suddenly appeared. It was filled with endless bloodthirst and endless cruelty. Everyone from the first pavilion had turned into clay sculptures at this moment. They suddenly realized that they couldn't move at all. She couldn't even blink her eyes or move her little finger. He had no idea how the person in front of him did it. Child Bai, who bore the brunt, shrank his pupils and felt that his body could not move. It was not until this moment that Child Bai realized that he had really provoked a tough, Not this time. However, he was still fearless and laughed strangely. You dare to touch me? Why don't you try touching me? After all, this place was the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms. No matter how strong the other party was, they wouldn't be stronger than Great General Bai, right? But before he could finish his words, Chu Yang had already given him a fierce slap. Try touching you? All right, let's give it a try. Before his voice died away with a paw sound, this young Master Bai's face was slapped to the side. A few teeth were spat out from his mouth. His mouth was full of blood. It was just a slap, but more than half of his teeth were knocked out. He was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect that this guy in front of him would be so merciless when facing the direct descendant of one of the 3 great clans in the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms. After being stunned for a long time, he turned his head and his eyes were filled with disbelief. You hit me? You actually dared to hit me? Chu Yang smiled coldly. Didn't you ask me to try? I agreed to your request. How is it? Does it feel good? Child Bai stared at Chu Yang with resentment. Good. You have guts. If you have guts, try hitting me again. If you dare to touch me again, you won't be able to leave the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms. If you don't believe me, try it. Chu Yang shook his head subconsciously. Is this guy stupid? His whole body is in my hands, and he still dares to shout like this. Is he trying to rush me? He laughed and said, You actually have such a despicable request? All right, I'll still say the same thing. Try it then. I'll satisfy your request. Then, without another word, he gave Child Bai another 2 slaps. Child Bai's mouth and nose were bleeding from these 2 slaps. His facial features were displaced. His originally handsome face was now full of malevolence. He hissed, Good. Really good. If you have guts, kill me now. Otherwise, he looked at Chu Yang fiercely. Otherwise, when I catch you later, I'll definitely play you to death, including your wife. Do you think I'll play you in front of them or play them in front of you? Ha ha ha. Kill me if you have guts. Do you dare? Do you dare to kill me? He had lived like a prince for a long time and had been unscrupulous for a long time. The moment he was suddenly humiliated, he flew into a rage as if he had lost his mind. A violent, murderous intention flashed in Chu Yang's eyes. He said in a soft voice, There's absolutely no problem. I will certainly satisfy your request. Not only will I satisfy your request, but I will also wait for your backer to arrive and kill you bit by bit in front of your old ancestor. I can guarantee that your ancestor won't dare to let out half a fart. At this moment, the person in charge of the Eastern Heavens' first pavilion finally rushed over. That guest, please don't do anything. Calm down, calm down. Child Bai. What's wrong with you, Child Bai? He immediately stood up and pointed at Chu Yang. Quickly put Child Bai down. Do you know what you've done? You've got guts. You've caused a big disaster. You actually dare to. Before he finished speaking, he saw Chu Yang's eyes glare. A dense, murderous aura immediately surged out, instantly forcing that person to be speechless. The next moment, Chu Yang waved his hand. A ribbon flew through the air and tied Child Bai's body. His whole body was hung up. His body was not completely in the air. Only one toe was left on the ground. As for why his cultivation was completely sealed, it was because he was purely bearing it with his physical body. This posture was extremely painful. Chu Yang waved his hand again. The several rooms of the Eastern Heavens' first pavilion were all opened with a schwa sound. In an instant, it was a lot more spacious. With a roll of his sleeves, all the dust and debris flew out of the window. A big chair automatically flew over. Chu Yang sat down on it and crossed his legs high up in the air. At the same time, he released the restriction on everyone and said lightly, From now on, I'll sit here and wait for this guy's backer to come. If anyone here dares to say a word, I'll kill without caring about burying. If you don't believe me, you can try. He casually grabbed one of Child Bai's attendants and said lightly, Quickly go back and report. Tell your master that his precious baby has been detained by me. If he doesn't come in a moment, not only will this little one die, his whole family will die. Then he threw him out. This guy's body flew out like a rubber ball. Before his screams fell, he disappeared. After that person landed, he almost subconsciously ran away. Only then did he realize that his cultivation that was sealed had recovered. He wiped his cold sweat and hurriedly ran towards Great General Bai's residence. This was terrible. Wow, the other party was a super ruthless character. Chu Yang sent away the messenger. He simply closed his eyes, swung his legs, and waited quietly. Even though Child Bai finally couldn't bear the pain and screamed in a high and low voice, he was indifferent. Those who knew Chu Yang all knew that this time Chu Yang was really angry. Once Chu Yang was provoked to this extent, not to mention Great General Bai, even if the East Emperor personally came forward to intercede, none of these people today would be able to escape unscathed. You still haven't let go of Bai. A certain person hadn't finished speaking when Chu Yang flicked his finger. That person's open mouth suddenly broke a big hole. The next moment, his whole body was completely frozen. Then there was a crashing sound, and the whole ice sculpture shattered into fine powder on the ground. What was even more terrifying was that the ground was covered with ice chips. Not even the slightest trace of blood could be seen. It was completely frozen. Then there were a few people who tried to move. Child Bai was in trouble, so they naturally had to show off. Maybe they would have a meteoric rise from now on. But these people were all killed by Chu Yang without exception. Chu Yang closed his eyes. His fingers were hanging below his body, but he could immediately react to any movement around him. His face was as cold as ice, like mysterious ice that had never melted since ancient times. The entire eastern sky, first tower, was overflowing with murderous aura. Anyone who entered this area would immediately find that they couldn't move. They couldn't move at all. Only behind Chu Yang, Mo Qingwu, and the other two stayed in the room. It was still as warm as spring. It had to be said that Child Bai was still quite famous in this East Royal City. In just a short period of time, there were already thousands of people rushing in to rescue him. But these people were all completely frozen by Chu Yang's murderous aura without exception. No one was allowed to say a word. Time passed little by little. The more people came in, the colder Chu Yang's face became. Is he okay? Wu Qianshan was a little worried about Chu Yang's current state. He's okay. Tai Butian smiled. Chu Yang is preparing to start a massacre. In the East Royal Heaven, he actually encountered such a troublesome matter. No wonder Chu Yang was angry. And this time, I'm afraid it won't be a small matter. And Mo Qingwu said softly, how can killing people who deserve to die be counted as starting a massacre? This kind of person, if it were me, I would also kill. A satisfied smile appeared on Tai Butian's face as she said, for our sake, even when his strength was weak, he still dared to kill the son of Heavenly Emperor Mo Yin. He still killed him. Now, killing the descendant of some great general who knows how many generations, what does it count as? As soon as the sentence came out, Mo Qingwu and Wu Qianshan looked over enviously, because this special honor could only be enjoyed by Tai Butian alone. Actually, I think Chu Yang should have other intentions in it. Tai Butian frowned. Although he's using this as a pretext to make a fuss, it's true that these people must be killed. But I haven't seen through Chu Yang's other intentions. There's other intentions. Wu Qianshan frowned and pondered. Cough, cough. Last night, I slept on the sofa, my back was aching. Until now. Cough, cough, it's finally clear up. Chapter 2476. Chu Yang can't be thinking of using this opportunity to shake the military power of the Eastern Royal Heavens, right? Mo Qingwu was startled by her own casual words. It's not impossible, Tai Butian said indifferently. Otherwise, facing such a debauchee, just kill him with one strike. There's really no need to make such a big fuss and let everyone know. But he just did it. Tai Butian's voice was very soft, but Chu Yang's face showed a trace of a smile. As expected of someone who had been an emperor, this point was indeed very accurate and thorough. The three girls were discussing in low voices. Time passed quietly. Finally, the people of the eastern skies, first pavilion, shouted and neighed, as if there was an orderly army coming from afar. There was also the sound of hurried flying through the air. Obviously, a large number of experts had arrived. And at this time, as Chu Yang released his murderous aura, the two youths on the opposite side could finally move and walk. But as soon as they stepped out of the room, they immediately saw such a grand scene in the corridor. Everyone stood there like clay sculptures, not daring to move at all. Such a scene was really rare. The ground was full of sparkling and translucent particles. That was the result of Chu Yang directly freezing and then crushing a person. It was impossible to tell that it was a human body. It was as if there was no connection between the two. The two youths' hearts inexplicably tightened. Oh my God! What kind of strength did he have to be able to make such a scene? Even an ordinary high-level saint might not be able to make such a big scene, right? At the same time, they looked at Chu Yang. What they saw made the two youths even more puzzled. Wasn't this person a little too young? Although most of the high-level martial artists had techniques to maintain their appearance, they rarely fixed their appearance to that of a teenager. Most of them set their appearance to that of a young man or even a middle-aged man. This way, they would have more grace and bearing. And another reason was that when one was a teenager, they might not really have profound strength, so it was difficult to maintain a youthful appearance. But today, this convention that applied to most people was broken by the young man in front of them. The person in front of them was at most in his 20s, but how could the strength he displayed be so amazing? Seeing the two of them come out, the others present faintly heaved a sigh of relief. Who would have thought that the three great young masters would actually gather at the Eastern Skies first pavilion today? With these two people stepping forward, the matter should be eased a bit, right? No matter how harmonious these three young masters were, they wouldn't turn against each other at such a time. After all, this was related to Dong Huang Heaven's reputation. On the other hand, that tyrannical young man should restrain himself a little, even if he didn't care about offending one of the three hegemonic powers of the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms. Now that the representatives of the three hegemonic powers were gathered here, would he dare to offend all of them? Chu Yang was still sitting on the big chair with his legs crossed. His eyes were staring at the two people with interest. The two of you should be the other two of the so-called three princes of the Eastern Royal Heavens, right? Chu Yang chuckled. Duke Lan? Returned to the public? Was he a descendant of great General Lan and Prime Minister Gui? When the two heard this, their hearts skipped a beat. Actually, when the two of them left the room, they might have other thoughts. Even if the perpetrator was tyrannical, would he really have the guts to offend the three hegemonic powers of the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms at the same time? As long as one had some sense, they wouldn't make such a choice. However, although their thoughts were beautiful, the reality was very cruel. The other party's words revealed a strong meaning that was not concealed at all. It was clear that even if Great General Lan, Prime Minister Gui, and Great General by joined forces, they would still be in the other party's eyes. Whether it was the arrogant words of someone who didn't know the heavens and earth, or the confident words of someone who knew what was going on, this heroic spirit was already admirable. I am Lan Qingji. I am Gui Jiasong. The two of them cupped their fists and bowed at the same time. They didn't dare to show the slightest bit of neglect. Gui Jiasong was the first to speak cautiously. This Duke, Bai Lang has indeed offended you, but as the saying goes, killing people shouldn't go overboard. He has already received the punishment he deserved. Regarding this matter, can you give us some face? Let's end today's matter here. Gui Jiasong's attitude was very humble, and his tone was also as tactful as possible. In his opinion, since he was so humble, the other party should go down the slope and leave some face for everyone. Leaving a way out for everything would make it easier for them to meet again in the future. Give you some face? Chu Yang laughed coldly. Then, who will give me some face? If I didn't have some skills, the one who would be miserable now would be me. It wouldn't be impossible for me to be 100 times more miserable, right? Friend, Lan Qingji said indifferently. We also know that you have extraordinary strength, and presumably, you have other things to rely on. But this is, after all, the Eastern Royal Heaven. If you make too big of a commotion, are you confident that you can settle this matter? After continuing Gui Jiasong's humble attitude, Lan Qingji changed to using threatening words. However, in Lan Qingji's opinion, this couldn't be considered threatening and was only stating a fact. After all, if the 3 big shots of the Eastern Royal Heaven really joined forces, their influence would definitely be able to shake the Eastern Royal Heaven. The surrounding people were convinced. These two, one with a white face and the other with a red face, cooperated seamlessly. The entire Eastern Royal Heaven? What terrifying strength! Ha! Chu Yang laughed lightly. It's just that, no matter if it's the Eastern Royal Heaven or any other heaven, if someone insults my woman and I still have to give them face, then I'm afraid I'm not fit to be a man. Or if you have other choices when things come to a head, I only have this choice now. Is it very stupid? He raised his eyes, looked at the 2 people in front of him, and said softly, the people who are going to deal with this matter should be here. If you don't want to get involved, quickly move to the side. His voice was filled with the toughness of an order. Swoosh! Swoosh! A group of people broke through the window and brazenly barged in. Chu Yang and the others were on a high floor, but for a real expert it was only a matter of a single leap. That was all. Seeing these people coming in, young Master Bai, who was hung up, looked as if he had seen his savior. He immediately shouted, "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him for me! I'm going to kill him!" The people who came were from the Bai clan. One of them was probably the leader of this group. His sharp eyes swept across the scene, and he said coldly, "Put young Master down first." He actually ignored Chu Yang completely, as if Chu Yang didn't exist. Yes, a few warriors leaped up and pounced on young Master Bai. However, the next moment, the murderous aura rose again. Those people who just leaped up fell down immediately. That man's pupils shrank. For the first time, he looked at Chu Yang, who was sitting in the middle of the room. Chu Yang raised his head lazily and said lightly, "Put him down? Did you ask me? You think too highly of yourself, don't you think?" Everyone present didn't see how Chu Yang did it, but everyone knew that it must be Chu Yang who did it. "I'm the chief of the East Royal City Guards. Do I need your permission to do anything in the East Royal City?" The man stared at Chu Yang majestically, and the fierceness in his eyes was not concealed at all. "Come, take this arrogant man down. If he resists, kill him without mercy." Instantly, dozens of figures flew out. Chu Yang was still sitting upright and motionless. However, the stagnant atmosphere in the air seemed to have grown a little more out of nowhere. Dozens of people flew to a place about 10 feet away from Chu Yang. Suddenly, they seemed to have bumped into an invisible but indestructible thick wall. With a series of loud bangs, all of them fell down, bleeding from their 7 orifices. Obviously, their internal organs were injured, and their injuries were not light. This time, the chief of the city guards was obviously shocked. "Who exactly are you? Why did you come to the East Royal Heavens?" Obviously, he was shocked by Chu Yang's methods. Even his tone was much more polite. Chu Yang raised his eyelids in disgust. "If you don't dare to do anything, then go to the side and wait. Don't make me angry anymore. You've already flattered me. Now, let's wait for great General Bai's people, or the higher-ups of the East Royal Heavens to come." With a crash, the group of people who came later seemed to have been forcefully restrained by an invisible force. They were clearly neatly separated into 2 sides. Because of the squeezing, some people were already squeezed to the point that they couldn't breathe on the other side. The fear in Lan Qingji and Gui Jiasong's eyes became more and more intense. Who exactly is this person? He's so young, his cultivation is so high, and he does things so ruthlessly. His methods are a little too ruthless. After Great General Bai, he was beaten up on the spot and even tortured. He did not give face to Prime Minister Gui and Great General Lan. The city guard's position was not very high, but it was directly under the authority of the East Royal Heavens. It was also disdainful. Who exactly is this person? What is he relying on to be so arrogant? This Duke. Gui Jiasong's face was solemn, and he said cautiously, "Since Bai Lang asked for it and Duke's attitude is so firm, we don't want to ask for a rebuff here. We just want to ask one more thing. What's Duke's name?" Chu Yang's eyes were still full of playfulness as he looked at the two people. He said lightly, "My surname is Chu. My surname is Chu." With these three short words, Gui Jiasong's and Lan Qingji's faces changed greatly. Beads of sweat seeped out from their faces. The two of them thought of a person at the same time, a person who they had never met before, but who they absolutely could not offend. That person who dared to do this, who had this strength, who seemed to have done this kind of thing more than once, could only be him. Chu Yang. It's really him. It's really him. This is a crazy guy. When his strength was still weak, he even dared to kill the son of a heavenly emperor. Is there anything that this person doesn't dare to do? If you provoked others, you could always reason it out. But if you provoked Chu Yang in the aspect of women, it would be worse than provoking a saint monarch. This was the consensus of all the great heavenly emperors. They never thought that the person Grand Duke Bai provoked today was actually the #1 killing star in the world.